Before we get started tonight, if you like these episodes, please check if you've rated the show. It helps more than you know, helping new viewers find us and helping me to make better videos for you all. Let's get comfortable, dim the lights, and start tonight with a simple question. Is MAGA a cult? Is Donald Trump a cult leader? I want you to notice something before you answer. Notice that the question, however you feel about it, made your shoulders tighten just a little. Notice that some part of you wants to dismiss it, and another part of you wants to insist on it, and that both impulses arrived before any evidence did. Now, that's the interesting part, not the answer. The reaction. Because nobody calls a movement a cult lightly. The word is heavy. The word is final. The word, used carelessly, ends conversations rather than starts them. But here is what most people do not know. A cult is not just people in robes drinking magic potion. A cult is a pattern. A specific set of actions applied in a specific order. Control over what someone does, what they read, what they think, what they feel. There's always a charismatic leader at the center, and usually there's an apocalyptic urgency. And here is the part that surprises people. There are scientists, psychologists, sociologists, former cult members who became researchers who have spent 60 years measuring these patterns, naming them, documenting them. Tonight, we are not here to pass judgment on MAGA, or on Trump, or on any cult. We are here to examine the pattern, to look at how cults, actual documented historical cults, were built, how they kept people, how they ended. Along the way, we'll visit 11 cults, from the Heaven's Gate to the Manson family, from mass suicides, salad bar bioterrorism, to a 4-month-old infant stabbed 6 times by adults who believed they were saving its soul. By the end, we will look at MAGA and ask a different question. Not is it bad, not is it good, just does it fit? Welcome, Midnight Magnates. This is Mr. Calder. As the world goes quiet, we step into the shadows to uncover the stories that built our world. If you enjoy listening or falling asleep to the hidden history of power, fortunes made, and the human nature behind the price of greatness, then this is the place for you. The sun rose over Kanungu shortly after 6. Kanungu sits in the southwestern corner of Uganda, in the foothills of the Rwenzori. Green country, terraced country, banana leaf country, the kind of place where the morning mist hangs in the valleys until the heat breaks it apart. On that Friday in March, the village was preparing for a feast. The feast had been advertised for weeks. 3 bulls had been slaughtered the day before. 70 crates of soft drinks, Fanta, Coca-Cola, the orange one with the local label, had been hauled in by truck. A church, made of wooden planks, sat at the center of the compound. By 10 in the morning, somewhere between 500 and 530 people had filed into that church. Men in pressed shirts, women in white head coverings, children carried in arms. The doors were barred from the outside. Now, the boards over the windows had gone up 2 days earlier. The members had nailed them up themselves, cheerfully, and had been told it was for the celebration. The petrol had been delivered in jerry cans. The sulfuric acid had been mixed with the petrol, a detail that investigators would only understand later, when they realized why the bodies were so badly destroyed. At approximately 10:30, the singing began inside the church. A hymn. Witnesses outside the compound The few villagers nearby who were not members said the singing was loud, full-throated, joyful. Then the singing changed. Then the singing stopped. The blast was heard for miles. The flames went up the wooden walls in seconds. The church collapsed inward within minutes. By the time the local police reached the site, every person inside was dead. 530 bodies, fused together by the heat, indistinguishable from one another, many of them children. The leader who set this in motion was a woman named Credonia Muerinda. A former bartender from a nearby town, she had reinvented herself in the early 1990s as Sister Credonia, a visionary who claimed to receive messages from the Virgin Mary in a cave called Nyabugoto. She had partnered with a former Catholic school teacher named Joseph Kibwetir, and together they had founded the Movement for the Restoration of the 10 Commandments of God. Their central prophecy: the world would end on December 31st, 1999. It had not. When the date passed, and the followers, many of whom had sold their land, their cattle, their houses, and surrendered the proceeds, began asking questions, Credonia gave them an answer. The apocalypse, she said, had been delayed. Just delayed. A new feast was scheduled, a celebration of the renewed prophecy. The believers were told the Virgin Mary would appear at the celebration in person. They came in their best clothes. What happened in Kanungu was not the worst of it. Over the following days and weeks, Ugandan police, acting on tips, began excavating other movement properties. At a compound called Buhunga, they uncovered 153 bodies, strangled or poisoned, buried in shallow pits. At the home of a senior movement priest named Father Dominique Kataribabo in Rugazi, they found 155 more, buried beneath a freshly poured concrete floor. At the farm of another senior member, Joseph Nyamurinda, 81, in a latrine in Kanungu itself, 6. The final death toll, accepted by most scholars, is 778, although Ugandan police at the time placed the figure as high as 924. The largest cult-related mass death in modern history. And here is the most haunting fact. Credonia Muerinde and Joseph Kibwetir, the two leaders, were never positively identified among the dead. The bodies were too badly burned, but no remains were credibly matched to either of them. Most scholars who have studied the case believe that the leaders took the cash that the followers had surrendered and walked. You will, I suspect, never have heard of them. There is a reason for that. We tell ourselves quietly that this is the kind of thing that happens to other people. Backwards villages, distant countries, strange dictators in faraway places. We protect ourselves with geography and with condescension. The instrument, we say, does not apply to us. Tonight, we examine 11 cults to test that comfortable belief. If these stories speak to you, if you find comfort in the lessons found in the quiet corners of history, tap the follow button to join our circle of dreamers, and let the next story find you when you least expect it. Houston, Texas, the spring of 1972. A man named Marshall Herf Applewhite is admitted to a hospital. He is 41 years old. He is a former music professor. Until 2 years earlier, he had taught at the University of St. Thomas, a small Catholic college in Houston, where he conducted the choir, directed musicals, and was, by every account, beloved by his students. He had resigned from St. Thomas in 1970 under circumstances that the university was reluctant to discuss publicly. The accepted account, which Applewhite himself acknowledged in private, was that there had been an inappropriate relationship, or, depending on the source, an inappropriate inclination involving a male student. Applewhite, married for 13 years and with 2 children, was tormented by his sexuality in the way that men of his generation, in his particular Texas Presbyterian milieu, were taught to be tormented. When the marriage ended, when the job ended, when his father died, he came undone. The hospital admission was, by various accounts, for chest pains, for psychiatric observation, or for both. The records have never been fully clarified. What is clear is that during this admission, Marshall Applewhite met a nurse. Her name was Bonnie Lou Trousdale Nettles. She was 44 years old, a registered nurse, a married mother of 4, and, this is the part that matters, a serious astrology enthusiast, a member of the Theosophical Society, and a woman who believed sincerely that she was in regular contact with discarnate spirits who guided her through her daily life. Applewhite was, you understand, in the precise condition in which a man is most receptive to a stranger telling him there is a larger purpose to his suffering. What happened next is one of the strangest meetings in the history of American religion. Within months, Nettles had left her husband and 4 children. Applewhite had walked away from his career. The 2 of them. There was, by all accounts, no romantic or sexual element to the relationship. Both insisted on this repeatedly, embarked on a kind of metaphysical road trip. They drove west. They slept in the car. They believed, increasingly, that they had identified themselves correctly. They were, they decided, the 2 witnesses prophesied in Revelation chapter 11. 2 figures who would prophesy, be killed, lie dead in the streets for 3.5 days, and then ascend bodily into heaven on a cloud while the world watched. Now, I want you to sit with that for a moment, not the absurdity, the specificity, because that is what cult researchers will tell you, again and again, is the most important thing to notice. The doctrine is rarely vague. The doctrine is rarely abstract. The doctrine is almost always startlingly, eccentrically, granularly specific. 2 witnesses, 3.5 days. A cloud. The mind, when it surrenders, does not surrender to a feeling. The mind, when it surrenders to a calendar. Before they reached the followers, however, they reached the road. For nearly 2 years, between 1973 and 1975, Applewhite and Nettles drove. Texas, to New Mexico, to Arizona, to Oregon, and back. They slept in the car. They lived on canned beans, on roadside diners, on the small kindnesses of strangers. They were arrested, briefly, in St. Louis, on a stolen credit card charge. Applewhite served 4 months in a Missouri jail. Inside that jail, alone, separated from Nettles for the first time in 18 months, he reported the most intense religious experiences of his life. He came out of that jail certain. They were not, he and Nettles, simply chosen. They were not simply instruments. They were the 2 themselves. The doctrine, by then, had hardened into something more interesting than what Nettles had brought into the relationship, and more cosmic than what Applewhite had carried out of his Presbyterian boyhood. It was new. It was theirs. It was in its way the most American religion ever invented, because it was assembled like a kit car out of a Bible, an astrology magazine, and a paperback novel about extraterrestrial life. By 1975, Applewhite and Nettles, now using the names Bo and Peep, then Guinea and Pig, then finally Ty and Do, had begun gathering followers in earnest. The lecture tour ran from California to Oregon, to the upper Midwest. Their pitch was simple. The Earth was about to be recycled. Salvation was available, but only by a specific method, a literal physical departure from this planet aboard a literal physical UFO, which would arrive at a literal physical time. Anyone who wished to board the spacecraft had to first shed their vehicle, meaning their body, and to prepare for that shedding by detaching completely from human attachments. The pitch did not appeal, you understand, to the desperate. It appealed instead to a very particular kind of seeker. Most of the early Heaven's Gate members had been, in their previous lives, college educated. Several had advanced degrees. Many had spent the late 1960s drifting through ashrams, through Zen retreats, through Est seminars, and Esalen workshops and macrobiotic communes. They were not, most of them, broken people. They were, most of them, people who had been told as children that there was a larger purpose to their existence, and who had spent 15 years failing to find it in any of the places American culture had directed them to look. Bo and Peep, when they arrived, were the first teachers any of these seekers had encountered who said, plainly, "Yes, there is a larger purpose. It is exactly as cosmic as you suspected. And here is what you must do." In September 1975, in a single meeting in Waldport, Oregon, between 20 and 30 people walked out of a motel conference room and abandoned their lives. Wives, husbands, children, careers, mortgages, to follow Bo and Peep. The disappearance was so abrupt, so complete, that NBC News ran a national segment on it. The novelist Walker Percy was so unsettled by the story that he based a novel on it. The Waldport meeting is, in cult research literature, one of the most studied recruitment events in American history. The pitch lasted approximately 90 minutes. The room had been booked under a generic title, something innocuous like UFOs, Why They Are Here and What They Want, printed on flyers that had been pinned to bulletin boards at the local laundromat and college campus. Applewhite spoke first. Nettles answered questions. Neither raised their voice, neither asked for money, neither suggested any urgency. They simply explained the cosmology, calmly, with the effect of two retired school teachers describing a slightly unusual hobby. At the end of the 90 minutes, Applewhite said, "Those of you who wish to come, meet us in the parking lot in 2 hours. Bring nothing. We will leave at dusk." 20 people went home. 20 other people went to the parking lot. Of the second 20, several never saw their families again. That ratio, 1:2, is, by the way, almost exactly what social psychologists predict in textbook conversion conditions. Half the room stays, half the room goes. The variable that determines which half a given person ends up in is, almost never, intelligence. The variable is whether, on the particular night of the particular meeting, that person is between commitments, between a marriage, between a job, between a city, between a self. The cult does not steal you from your life. The cult finds you in the gap. The early Heaven's Gate doctrine was harsh. Followers renounced sex. They renounced family. They cut their hair into identical short crops. They wore loose androgynous tunics. They took new names, three-letter syllables ending in Odi, meaning children of the next level. Junodi, Stumodi, Ulvodi. The names erased the past, and in 8 of the cases, including Applewhite himself, the renunciation went further. The 8 men traveling to a clinic in Mexico voluntarily underwent surgical castration. Applewhite would later describe it as the most peaceful decision he ever made. Now, the old world dry observation, if I may. It is not the surrender that surprises me. People surrender to things every day, to a marriage, to a faith, to a career, to a cause. What surprises me about Heaven's Gate is the specificity of the surrender, not "we shall be celibate," but buzz cuts of identical length, not "we shall renounce wealth," but 3-letter names ending in Odi, not "we shall transcend the flesh," but a particular surgical procedure performed in a particular clinic in Tijuana on a particular Tuesday. The cult, when it works, does not ask for your soul. It asks for your wardrobe, and then your haircut, and then your name. And by the time it asks for the larger thing, you have already given it the smaller things, one by one, and there is nothing left to refuse with. The members of Heaven's Gate, and they would, by 1976, number close to 200 at the peak, slept in pairs. They ate together. They followed strict daily routines that began before dawn and were measured in 15-minute intervals. They were forbidden from looking at their own reflections in mirrors for any longer than was strictly necessary for grooming. They were forbidden from forming friendships within the group that did not include their assigned partner. They were forbidden, eventually, from reading any books not written by Applewhite or Nettles. The members called this discipline the curriculum. The curriculum was administered by the senior members. Compliance was measured. Failure to comply was reported. The discipline was not punitive in the way one might expect. There was, by every account, almost no shouting, no physical punishment, no deprivation of food. The discipline was simply constant, daily, measured, patient. The members were trained to police one another with the gentleness of a Quaker meeting and the precision of a Swiss watch. The cult researcher Robert Lifton would later describe the technique in groups like this one as milieu control, the saturation of every moment, every interaction, every internal thought, until the member's own conscience and the group's expectations became indistinguishable. In 1985, Bonnie Nettles died of cancer. Inside the doctrine, this was a problem. A doctrine that says the two of us will physically ascend into heaven aboard a spacecraft does not survive intact the death of one of the two. So Applewhite did what a great many cult leaders have done before and since. He revised. He clarified. He explained that Bonnie, had simply gone ahead. She had boarded the spacecraft early. She was, even now, waiting for the rest of them. Then he waited. For 10 years. This is the part of the Heaven's Gate story that I find more interesting than the ending. Because between 1985 and 1995, the followers of Heaven's Gate, fewer than 50 people scattered across the American West, then consolidated into a single rented mansion in Rancho Santa Fe, California, lived a remarkably quiet, ascetic, monastic life. They prayed, They studied. They watched Star Trek, which they considered a coded transmission of metaphysical truth. And, beginning in the early 1990s, they did something that I confess I find genuinely amusing. They started a web design company. It was called Higher Source. Their clients included the San Diego Polo Club, a Christian Science reading room, several local automobile dealerships, and a Tijuana medical clinic, possibly the same one. The Heaven's Gate members were, by every account of their clients, model contractors. Punctual, inexpensive, excellent at HTML, a bit reserved, always in pairs. Picture it for a moment, a monastic doomsday cult awaiting the literal arrival of a UFO to take them off this planet. Learning hand-coded HTML in 1995 to build the web presence of the San Diego Polo Club. There is a patience there, a specifically American patience, the willingness to maintain a doctrine of imminent cosmic departure, while also keeping the invoices current. The members of Higher Source were paid hourly. The hourly wage went in full to the group's bank account. They billed at competitive rates, $50, $60 an hour in $1995, and the books were impeccable. One of the surviving members, in an interview years later, would explain that the work was understood internally as preparation. The next level required, the doctrine said, a particular kind of disciplined attention. The work, focused, technical, patient, was a way of training the mind to receive the eventual transmission. They were, in a sense, learning to be ready. Their clients reported them as the best contractors they had ever hired, always on time, always quietly courteous, never absent, never late, never asking for raises. The phone calls were returned within an hour. The bugs were fixed before the client noticed them. Higher Source had, by 1996, a waitlist. It is, I think, the strangest sentence in the history of new religions in America. The Doomsday Cult had a waitlist. And then, in November 1996, the signal arrived. The comet Hale-Bopp had been visible in the night sky for several weeks. It was, and remains, one of the brightest comets of the 20th century. On November 14th, an amateur astronomer named Chuck Schramek called in to a late-night talk radio program called Coast to Coast AM, hosted by Art Bell. Schramek claimed that his telescope had revealed an object trailing Hale-Bopp, a companion, a craft. Within days, professional astronomers had identified the object as a routine star, mistakenly captured in the same frame. Schramek had simply not centered his telescope correctly. But by then, it was already in the air. The internet was new. The story spread. A radio show with 8 million weekly listeners had broadcast it, and inside a rented mansion in Rancho Santa Fe, California, Marshall Applewhite, who had been waiting 11 years for a signal, heard the signal he had been waiting for. Now, when your theology is built around a UFO arriving from somewhere, the question of which celestial body the UFO is hiding behind is, you understand, not a small revision. But he made it. The internal communications from late 1996 are remarkable. Applewhite issued a statement to the membership, framed as a calm pastoral letter, in which he explained that Hale-Bopp was the long-promised sign. The companion craft, hidden in the comet's tail, was the means of departure. T. Bonnie Nettles, dead now 11 years, was on board, waiting. the members were instructed to prepare quietly, to wrap up loose ends, to say their goodbyes to the world without alarming it. Applewhite specifically asked them not to evangelize, not to make a scene, not to leave any bodies behind that the wider world would have to clean up. Whatever happened, he wanted it to be discreet, disciplined, final. The away team, he announced, would board the spacecraft. The crew was here. For 4 months, the members prepared. They recorded individual exit videos, short, cheerful pieces, each member sitting on the front lawn of the mansion, smiling at the camera, explaining to whoever might find the tapes that this was a joy, not a tragedy. They were not afraid. They were going home. The exit videos are still on YouTube. They are, I should warn you, more disturbing for the cheerfulness than they would be for the dread. On the weekend of March 22nd to 26th, 1997, in 3 carefully scheduled waves, over 3 consecutive days, the 39 remaining members of Heaven's Gate took their lives. The method had been planned with the same specificity that had defined every other element of the doctrine. Each member ate a quantity of applesauce or pudding mixed with phenobarbital. Each washed it down with vodka. After losing consciousness, plastic bags were placed over their heads to ensure suffocation. The first wave administered the second wave. The second wave administered the third. The final 2 members removed the bags from those who had gone before them, then took their own doses, and finally, alone, took their own lives. When the bodies were discovered on the morning of March 26, 1997, by an alarmed former member who had received an anonymous package in the mail, the scene was the most ceremonially precise mass death in American history. 39 bodies, 21 women, 18 men, ages from 26 to 72, each laid out neatly on a bunk, each wearing identical black sweatshirts and black sweatpants, each wearing brand new black and white Nike Decade sneakers tied, each with a square of purple cloth covering the face, each with a single $5 bill and 3 quarters in the pocket. It is the small details, again, that produce the horror. The $5, the 3 quarters, the Nikes. The $5 and 3 quarters had been explained in a doctrinal note left for investigators as the standard interplanetary travel fee, a reference, the surviving members later said, to a joke from a Mark Twain story about the cost of crossing into the next world. The Nikes had been chosen because they had been on sale. $600 total for 39 pairs at a Big 5 sporting goods store in San Diego. The black sweatshirts and pants had been chosen for the same reason. The purple cloths over the faces had been a tradition Applewhite had observed at funerals in his childhood, a gesture of dignity preserved into the grave. Even at the very end, the doctrine remained what it had always been: specific, calendared, frugal, American. In the months following the deaths, 2 more members of Heaven's Gate, Wayne Cook and Charlie Humphreys, men who had not been present that weekend, took their own lives, individually, by similar methods. They had stayed behind, briefly, to handle final logistics. Then they followed. 2 members survived. They go by the names Mark and Sarah. To this day, they maintain heavensgate.com. The website remains online. The exit videos remain online. The doctrine remains online. They have explained in occasional interviews that they stayed behind because Applewhite assigned them the task of preserving the materials. I have, on a few late nights, looked at the website. The HTML is still that same hand-coded 1995 style. The same quiet patience that built the San Diego Polo Club's website now maintains the doctrine of an event that was supposed to take place 3 decades ago. If Heaven's Gate exited quietly, our next story did not. From a UFO escape ship to a Beverly Hills mansion. From a 40-year-old man's grief to a 35-year-old man's race war. The cult has many faces. This is the next one. Cincinnati, Ohio, November 12th, 1934. A boy is born to a 16-year-old single mother named Kathleen Maddox. She has no husband. She names the boy on the birth certificate simply No Name Maddox. She decides on his first name a few weeks later. She never tells him with certainty who his father was. She names a man, a Colonel Scott, whom the boy will never meet. The boy will be, almost from the beginning, a project of poverty, of institutional care, of correctional schools, of foster homes, and of the long, unfinished business of a mother who had a child too young and could not, in the end, keep him. By the time he is 13, Charles Manson has been in 3 reform schools. By the time he is 16, he has stolen his first car and crossed his first state line. By the time he is 32, the year he is released, in March 1967, from Terminal Island Federal Prison in Los Angeles County, on a sentence for forging checks, Charles Manson has spent 17 of his 32 years in confinement. He asks the warden, on the day of his release, if he can stay. The warden tells him, kindly, that he cannot. I want you to sit with that detail for a moment. It is, I think, the single most useful key to the rest of this story. Because the question Calder always asks when looking at any cult leader is not what does he believe. The question is, what is the shape of his hunger? What is the wound that the doctrine is built around? Manson was not, by background, a religious man. He had no theology. He had no metaphysics. What he had was 32 years of being told who he was by other people, by the state, by the staff, by the matrons, by the parole officers, by the wardens. The only way Charles Manson had ever known the world was as a closed system in which someone else was authoring him. He walked out of Terminal Island carrying a guitar. What does someone do who has only ever been told who he is? He learns very quickly that on the outside, in the spring of 1967, in San Francisco, there is a brand new game. There are young people on the streets who are looking with an unprecedented earnestness for someone to tell them who they are. The game runs in the opposite direction, and Manson, who had spent his entire life on the receiving end of that arrangement, picks up the other end of it as if it had been waiting for him. San Francisco, Haight-Ashbury, the summer of love. Manson arrived in the spring of 1967 with the timing of a man who had been training, without knowing it, for that exact moment in American history. The Haight, that summer, was an experiment in radical openness. Tens of thousands of young people, mostly white, mostly middle class, mostly between 16 and 23, had arrived in San Francisco with backpacks and rolled-up sleeping bags and unchecked enthusiasm. The rents were cheap. The drugs, particularly LSD, which had only become illegal the previous October, were everywhere. The doctrine of the moment, such as it was, said you should drop in, tune out, and trust the next person who handed you a flower. Manson handed out flowers. He had genuinely some musical talent. He played guitar adequately. He wrote songs that were, by the standards of 1967 San Francisco, no worse than anyone else's. Through a chance encounter, a hitchhiking session, he became friendly, briefly, with Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys, and at one point recorded a song with Wilson that the Beach Boys later released, retitled, on a 1968 album. Manson was paid nothing. Dennis Wilson would later describe him, with some fear, as the Wizard. The followers began gathering almost immediately. The first was a young woman named Mary Brunner, a librarian's assistant at Berkeley. The second was Lynette Fromm, who would later be called Squeaky, a 16-year-old runaway from a wealthy California family. By the end of 1967, there were a dozen. By the middle of 1968, there were closer to 30. The recruitment technique, by every account that has been reconstructed, was almost startlingly simple. Manson would find a young woman alone on a sidewalk, on a park bench, at a bus station. He would speak softly. He would tell her, accurately, what he could see in her face. Her father had not loved her, or had loved her too possessively, or had left, or had drunk. He would tell her there was a kind of family she had never been allowed to have. Then he would take her hand, walk her to the converted school bus he was driving, and feed her. Within 48 hours, by every later account, the woman was no longer asking the questions she had arrived with. They were, the followers, almost without exception, young women in their late teens and early 20s, almost all white, almost all from middle-class families they had just left. They were not, contrary to the popular impression, mentally ill. They were, in many cases, intelligent, articulate, and well-read. They had, in almost every case, a specific kind of hunger for a father, for an explanation, for an authority that had, in the worlds they had grown up in, been loving but absent, or present but unconvincing. Manson, who had been studied closely by prison psychiatrists for half his life, knew how to play to that hunger with an instinct so precise it has been studied in textbooks ever since. By the fall of 1968, the family had relocated to Spahn Ranch. Spahn Ranch was a former movie set. In the 1940s and 1950s, it had been the location for dozens of B-Western films and television shows, Bonanza, The Lone Ranger, dozens of forgettable Saturday matinee westerns. By 1968, it had fallen into disrepair. The owner was an 80-year-old man named George Spahn. George Spahn was nearly blind. He lived alone in a small bungalow on the property. The buildings were rotting. The horses were untended. The arrangement that the family arrived at with George Spahn was, in its way, the most American business deal of the entire 1960s. Manson would provide young female members of the family, Squeaky Fromm, principally, to keep George Spahn company, to read to him, to bathe him, and, in exchange for sexual companionship, to ensure that the elderly half-blind ranch owner would never quite get around to charging the family rent. Now, you might think this is the strangest housing arrangement in this story. It is not even the strangest in this chapter. The family's daily life at Spahn Ranch would later be reconstructed in considerable detail from the testimony of Linda Kasabian, Paul Watkins, and other defectors. The members slept in old movie set bunkhouses with the period dressing still on the walls, wagon wheels, kerosene lanterns, fake saloon signs. They woke to Manson's directives. They rotated through chores. The women cooked, foraged in dumpsters behind Los Angeles supermarkets, what the family called garbage runs, and bathed the children. The men repaired vehicles and scouted the desert. LSD, distributed by Manson personally, was administered roughly once a week. Manson always took a smaller dose than the followers. The communal sex, organized into what Manson called love rituals, was choreographed by Manson, partner by partner, including pairings the participants would never have chosen. It was not, the defectors emphasized, that the followers enjoyed it. It was that, after enough months, they had ceased to remember a world in which their preferences mattered. By the autumn of 1968, the family numbered somewhere between 40 and 100 members at Spahn Ranch, depending on who was passing through, and the doctrine, vague at first, more specific each month, had begun to take its final shape. Late 1968. The Beatles released the White Album. The album landed in Manson's life at exactly the moment when his ideology had begun to require a sacred text. He listened to it relentlessly. Particular songs: Helter Skelter, Piggies, Blackbird, Revolution 1, Revolution 9. He played dozens of times in succession, sometimes pressing the record button on a tape player to extract specific phrases, which he would then play back for family members, slowed down, reversed, isolated. He heard instructions in those songs, where the Beatles in 1968 had simply been four young men in a London studio writing songs about, among other things, the housing politics of slide-down playgrounds and the experimental edges of avant-garde tape collage. Manson heard a coded message addressed personally to him. The doctrine, as it took shape that winter, was this. A war was coming, a race war between black Americans and white Americans that would begin in the streets of Los Angeles. Black America, having long endured, would rise up. Black America would massacre white America. Then, and this is the part that matters, Black America, in Manson's racist cosmology, would prove unable to govern itself. It would need a leader. The family, having hidden during the war in a bottomless pit beneath Death Valley, would emerge to take its place at the head of the new civilization. The phrase Manson used for the war was helter skelter. There is an apocalyptic mathematics that Calder has noticed again and again in the history of doomsday cults. When the prophecy fails to come true, the prophet has two options. He can revise the prophecy, as Applewhite did, as Credonia Morinda did, as countless others have. Or, when the prophet is of a particular temperament, he can attempt to make the prophecy come true. By the summer of 1969, Manson had decided that the war needed help. The reasoning, in his telling, was that black Americans had not yet realized it was time to begin. They needed, he said, to be shown. Specifically, they needed to be shown that the wealthy white residents of Los Angeles were vulnerable. The family would commit a series of murders. The murders would be staged to look as if black militants had committed them. White Los Angeles would panic. The race war would begin. You will, I expect, recognize the names that are about to come. The night of August 8th, 1969. 10,050 Cielo Drive in Benedict Canyon, above Beverly Hills. A Spanish-style house leased at the time by the film director Roman Polanski and his wife, the actress Sharon Tate. Polanski was in London. Tate was 8.5 months pregnant. She was at home that evening with friends. Jay Sebring, the celebrity hairstylist, Abigail Folger, the heiress to the Folger coffee fortune, and Wojciech Frykowski, Folger's boyfriend, a Polish writer. Manson sent 4 members of the family: Charles Tex Watson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, Linda Kasabian, who was, on that night, the lookout, and who would not herself participate in the killings, and who would, 8 months later, become the prosecution's principal witness. They arrived shortly after midnight. As they pulled up to the gate, an 18-year-old named Stephen Perront, a young man visiting the property's caretaker, William Garrettson, in the guest house, happened to be driving out. He was simply in the wrong moment, in the wrong place. Tex Watson shot him 4 times through the open driver's window of his car. Stephen Parent, who had no connection to anyone in the house, who was a teenage boy on his way home from a brief social visit, became the first victim of what we now call the Tate murders. Most accounts of that night begin with Sharon Tate. Calder begins with Stephen Parent, the boy in the car, the accident of arrival. Inside the house, the 4 other adults were murdered with a specifically theatrical brutality. Sharon Tate was stabbed 16 times. The unborn child died with her. Across the front door of the house, in Tate's blood, the family wrote a single word: pig. The next night, August 9th, 1969, Manson, dissatisfied with the previous night's chaos, accompanied a second group himself. They drove to a different neighborhood in Los Angeles, Los Feliz, and arrived at 3301 Waverly Drive, the home of a grocery executive named Leno LaBianca and his wife, Rosemary. Leno and Rosemary LaBianca had been chosen, according to later testimony, essentially at random. They were prosperous. They were white. They were home. Manson personally tied them up. Then he left and instructed Tex Watson, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Leslie Van Houten to carry out the murders. Leno LaBianca was stabbed 12 times with a chrome-handled bayonet, and the word war was carved into his stomach. Rosemary LaBianca was stabbed 41 times. On the walls of the house, in the LaBianca's blood, the family wrote 3 messages: rise, death to pigs, and on the refrigerator door, misspelled, the central word of the doctrine, helter skelter. The misspelling has always struck me as the most revealing detail of the entire affair, because the word, written correctly, would have at least been a literary reference. The word, misspelled, was something simpler. It was a child's effort to summon an apocalypse he had heard about on a record. The murders did not start a race war. Los Angeles did not collapse. The family returned to Spahn Ranch and waited for an uprising that did not come. The arrests, when they came almost by accident. Susan Atkins picked up in October 1969 on an unrelated charge, auto theft, and held in the Sybil Brand Institute for Women, began boasting to her cellmates. She told one of them, in detail, what had happened on Cielo Drive. The cellmate told a guard. The guard told the Los Angeles Police Department. By December 1969, indictments had been issued. The trial in Los Angeles ran for 9.5 months. Vincent Bugliosi, the deputy district attorney, prosecuted personally. Manson, who insisted on representing himself for portions of the proceeding, turned the courtroom into a stage. He carved an X into his forehead. The female defendants, sitting in the gallery, carved X's into their own foreheads in solidarity. Manson, by the end, had carved the X into a swastika. The female defendants did the same. On January 25th, 1971, Manson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Leslie Van Houten were convicted of first-degree murder. Tex Watson, tried separately, was convicted later that year. All 5 received death sentences. In 1972, the California Supreme Court briefly ruled the state's death penalty unconstitutional. The Manson sentences were commuted to life in prison. Several of the defendants would later become eligible for parole. Most, despite repeated hearings, would never receive it. In 1974, Vincent Bugliosi published Helter Skelter, his account of the case. It became, and remains, the best-selling true crime book in American history. More than 7 million copies have been sold. The book ends famously with Bugliosi's reflection that the most terrifying aspect of the Manson case is not Manson himself, but the followers. The dozen ordinary American children who, asked to do the unthinkable, did it without hesitation, and then sat in court for 9 months, smiling at the man who had told them to. That, Bugliosi argued, is the question, not what makes a Manson. The world produces Mansons constantly. The question is what makes a Manson family. What softens in a particular brain, in a particular 19-year-old American girl, in a particular August in 1969, until I will not stab a stranger to death becomes I will if he asks me to, and I will write a word on the wall in her blood when I am finished. Bugliosi never fully answered the question. Cult researchers in the half-century since have spent careers on it. On September 5th, 1975, in Sacramento, California, Lynette Squeaky Fromm, still loyal to Manson, 6 years after his arrest, drew a Colt .45 pistol from her thigh holster and pointed it at President Gerald Ford from a distance of approximately 2 feet. The pistol's chamber, by some accounts, was empty. By other accounts, the magazine was loaded, but no round had been chambered. Either way, Ford lived. Fromm was arrested. She served 34 years in federal prison. The family had lasted and reached the office of the President of the United States 6 full years after Cielo Drive. Charles Manson died on November the 19th, 2017, at age 83 of natural causes in a hospital in Bakersfield, California. He had spent, by the time of his death, 67 of his 83 years in confinement. Susan Atkins died of brain cancer in 2009, still incarcerated. Patricia Krenwinkel, as of this recording, remains incarcerated, the longest-serving female inmate in the California prison system. Leslie Van Houten was paroled in 2023 after 53 years. Tex Watson remains incarcerated. If Manson is the cult that produced bodies, Our next story is the cult that produced more American bodies in a single day than any single American before September 11th, 2001. From a Beverly Hills hillside to a Guyanese jungle. From a guitar to a vat of cyanide. This is the one you have heard of, and not perhaps in the way you think. Indianapolis, 1955. A 24-year-old Methodist student preacher steps in front of his congregation, looks at the white faces in the pews, and asks a question they do not want to answer. He wants to know why the black families down the street are not allowed to sit with them on Sunday morning. The Methodist hierarchy has an answer for him. The answer is no. The answer is not now. The answer is, more or less, never. His name was James Warren Jones, and the answer, for him, was unacceptable. Now, I want you to picture this young man. Thin, pale, black hair already swept back like a politician's. Charisma so thick the older parishioners felt it before they understood it. He had grown up poor in the small town of Lynn, Indiana, the son of a disabled veteran and a mother who worked the factory floor. As a child, he would gather neighborhood kids and preach funeral services for dead animals. As a teenager, he carried a Bible everywhere. As a young man, he married a nurse named Marceline, who would, eventually, watch him become something she did not recognize. But in 1955, none of that had happened yet. In 1955, Jim Jones was simply a 24-year-old who had decided that the church he was inside was not the church he wanted to build. So he did what charismatic 24-year-olds do. He left. He founded his own congregation. He called it Wings of Deliverance. And then he called it the People's Temple Full Gospel Church. And then, eventually, he settled on something simpler. He called it the People's Temple. What he taught was a strange synthesis. Pentecostal Christianity on one shoulder, Marxism on the other. He preached the Holy Spirit and the redistribution of wealth in the same breath. He called it Apostolic Socialism, and his congregation, at first a few dozen, then a few hundred, was integrated. Black, white, old, young, in the pews together, in Indianapolis, in the 1950s, in a city where that did not happen. In 1960, he affiliated with the Christian Church, Disciples of Christ. In 1964, they ordained him. By every external measurement, he was now legitimate. A real preacher, a real movement. Then, in 1965, came the vision. Jones told his congregation that he had received a prophecy. Nuclear war was coming. Soon. The cities would burn. There were only a few places on Earth that would survive. He had read about it in Esquire. The magazine had published a piece naming the safest places in the United States in the event of atomic catastrophe, and one of them was a small farming valley in Northern California called Redwood Valley. So Jim Jones took roughly 140 of his most devoted followers, packed up their lives, and moved them across the country. Now, what makes a 31-year-old man invent a religion? You may have a theory. Most people do. Some people will tell you it was the trauma of his childhood. Some will tell you it was ambition. Some will tell you it was a genuine, if delusional, faith. I will tell you what the boardroom analysis says. The boardroom analysis says that the men who invent religions in their early 30s almost always do it because they have noticed by then that the world rewards confidence more than it rewards correctness. And Jim Jones, more than almost anything else, was confident about everything, about nothing. He was, as one of his earliest defectors would later put it, the most certain man I ever met about things he had no way of knowing. That kind of certainty travels well. It traveled all the way to California. Now, let us talk about the chicken livers. Inside the People's Temple, Jim Jones was a faith healer. He would call elderly women up to the front of the congregation. He would lay his hands on them. He would press his palm against a hidden lump, sometimes a real tumor, sometimes nothing at all. And then, with a flourish, he would withdraw his hand and reveal what looked to the congregation like a diseased growth that had passed magically out of the body. Pink, wet, steaming, in the cold of a California morning. It was chicken liver, concealed in the palm, slipped from a pocket. The same trick a stage magician does with a silk handkerchief, except the audience was crying, and the prop had been purchased that morning at the butcher counter at Safeway. Now, the chicken livers are on the surface, the joke, the detail you tell at a dinner party. Did you know Jim Jones used chicken livers? People laugh. It is funny because it is small. It is funny because it is grimy. It is funny because we expect cult leaders to use something more dramatic. And instead, this one used a pound of supermarket offal. But the joke is more uncomfortable than it sounds. Because while Jim Jones was performing fake healings with poultry organs, he was also feeding more people in San Francisco than any city office. He was running drug rehabilitation programs that actually worked. He was housing the elderly. He was integrating his services in a country still uneasy about the idea. He was, in short, doing real charity. The cult that was already a fraud was also already a charity. Both things at once. That is, in fact, how cults always start. They are not all evil from the first day. They are not all sinister from the first sermon. They start as something that looks, from a distance, like a generous community with an eccentric leader. The chicken livers are not the beginning of the horror. They are the beginning of the cover. They are the moment when a man learns that his followers will accept a small lie because the larger truth, the food, the housing, the dignity, feels real enough to compensate. Once a man learns that lesson, he never forgets it. He just escalates. By 1971, the People's Temple had moved its headquarters to San Francisco. And in San Francisco, in the early 1970s, Jim Jones did something almost no minor cult leader had ever done before. He went political. See, the city was changing. Old money was nervous. Young progressives were rising. Civic offices were being contested by margins of a few thousand votes. And Jim Jones controlled, and controlled is the right word, abusable, pliable, instantly mobilizable block of several thousand devoted followers, most of whom would do exactly what he asked, on exactly the day he asked, in exactly the precinct he asked. For an ambitious local politician, this was a gift. When George Moscone ran for mayor in 1975, People's Temple buses fanned out across the city, dropping off temple members to canvass and vote. Moscone won by a margin so narrow that political historians have argued ever since about how much of the win was Jones. The mayor returned the favor. He appointed Jim Jones to the San Francisco Housing Authority Commission. The Reverend would, within a year, be elected chairman of that commission. He would be photographed with Rosalynn Carter, the future First Lady of the United States, at a campaign event. He would be honored in 1976 with the Martin Luther King Jr. Humanitarian Award. The Reverend Jim Jones, humanitarian. It is, at this remove, almost unspeakable to say. But that is what the brass plaque said. Photographs. That is what I want you to focus on for a moment. Photographs. Glossy. Smiling. Civic. The Reverend Jim Jones, shaking hands with the wife of a presidential candidate. The Reverend Jim Jones, accepting awards from human rights organizations. The Reverend Jim Jones, listed in the official directory of San Francisco officials. The Reverend Jim Jones, sitting at a charity gala next to Willie Brown, the future mayor, who, at one of those galas, introduced him to the room as the combined embodiment of Martin Luther King, Angela Davis, Albert Einstein, and Chairman Mao. That is a real quotation from a real introduction, said by a real politician at a real podium. This is when a cult is hardest to dislodge. The more legitimate it looks, the less anyone wants to ask the question. Asking the question is now a career risk. Asking the question is now an embarrassment. If you, as a city reporter, suggest that the man who is photographed next to the future First Lady is conducting fake faith healings in a hall on Geary Boulevard, you are the strange one. You are the conspiracy theorist. You are the one with something to lose. And every politician you call for comment will have a press secretary. And every press secretary will have, on file, a glossy 8x10 of their boss embracing the Reverend. You are not just fighting Jim Jones. You are fighting a wall of photographs. And so, for years, no one asked. Until 1977. In 1977, New West magazine, a regional California publication that does not exist today and almost no one remembers, assigned 2 reporters, Marshall Kilduff and Phil Tracy, to write a story about the People's Temple. They had been hearing things, defectors going on the record, family members of current members reaching out, frantic, with stories that sounded, even to a hardened journalist, too extreme to be true. Members of the press, a few of them, had been hearing fragments for years. They had filed nothing. The fragments did not fit the photographs. The photographs were the story. The fragments were the rumor. Until Kilduff and Tracy decided to print the fragments anyway. Allegations of beatings, of public humiliation, of withheld passports, of an inner circle Jones called the Planning Commission that enforced discipline on dissenters through sleep deprivation and sexual coercion, allegations that some women had been pressured into abortions, allegations that temple finances were being routed offshore, allegations that members who had attempted to leave had been visited in the night by men in the temple's security detail and persuaded by means that were never spelled out in the article to return. The article was scheduled to run. Jim Jones did not wait for it. In the summer of 1977, before New West could even hit newsstands, he loaded hundreds of his most devoted followers onto chartered flights and disappeared into the Guyanese jungle. He had been preparing this exit for years. The temple had leased roughly 3,800 acres from the socialist government of Guyana, a small English-speaking South American country with no extradition treaty, for the kinds of charges American defectors were starting to whisper. The land was cleared, buildings were erected, generators were installed. He called the settlement Jonestown. And inside Jonestown, between 1977 and 1978, Jim Jones built what historians of cult psychology now consider the most successful conditioning system of the modern era. 18-hour workdays, in tropical heat, in a malarial jungle. The followers, many of them elderly, many of them children, cleared brush, planted crops, built barracks. There was a central pavilion, simply called the pavilion. It was where Jones spoke, where the loudspeakers were mounted. And the loudspeakers never stopped. Recorded sermons, live harangues, paranoid monologues delivered at 3 in the morning. Jones's voice played continuously, including while followers slept. There is no rest in a place where the voice of the leader is in the air at all hours. There is no privacy. There is no thought that does not, at some level, contain his cadence. Then there were the rehearsals. He called them the White Nights. He would summon the entire population of Jonestown to the pavilion. He would tell them, in a voice that was sometimes weeping and sometimes furious, that the moment had come, that the CIA was arriving, that mercenaries were marching through the jungle, that betrayal was at the gates. He would have the kitchen distribute small cups of grape flavor aid. He would tell them that the drink contained poison. He would order them to drink. They drank. Sometimes the drink was harmless, sweet, sticky, no different than what a child receives at a birthday party. Sometimes Jones revealed, after they had swallowed, that it had been a test. Sometimes he praised their loyalty. Sometimes he punished those who had hesitated. Those who balked were noted, by Jones himself, by his inner circle, by his daughter-in-law, on the secretarial staff. A list was kept. Now, I want you to think about what this does to a person, not in the abstract, in the specific, because the first White Night, you might balk, you might hesitate, you might wonder. The second one, your hesitation is shorter. The third one, you simply drink without thinking. By the 10th one, the act of drinking, when ordered in front of everyone at any hour, has become as automatic as standing for the national anthem. The hand goes up, the cup goes down. The questioning has been removed. That was the point. Meanwhile, the money, the People's Temple, by mid-1978, held approximately $26 million in foreign accounts. Panama, Switzerland, the Soviet Union, Venezuela. A mosaic of jurisdictions chosen specifically to make any single American court order useless. $26 million in 1978, collected from elderly pensioners who had signed over their Social Security checks at the door, from working families who had liquidated their savings, from welfare recipients who had endorsed their monthly checks, to the church and lined up afterward for a bowl of temple stew. Jones was preparing for many futures. None of them included giving the money back. And see, this is the detail that the boardroom remembers, not the loudspeakers, not the White Nights, the money. Because a man who has accumulated $26 million in offshore accounts and who has simultaneously told 900 people that the apocalypse is at the gate is a man who has hedged, a man who has prepared in private to live while preparing his followers in public to die. There is a word for that arrangement in the language of finance. It is not a flattering word. It is the same word a securities lawyer would use about an executive who shorts his own stock the day before he announces the merger. Then came November 14th, 1978. A small chartered plane lands at the airstrip near Port Kaituma, the closest village to Jonestown. Disembarking, Congressman Leo Ryan, a Democrat from California's 11th District, a career congressman of the cautious, methodical, deeply persistent type. The kind of man who would, when told that an investigation could not be completed because of jurisdictional complications, simply book a flight and complete it himself. 3 journalists, Don Harris, an NBC News correspondent, Bob Brown, an NBC cameraman, and Greg Robinson, a photographer for the San Francisco Examiner, plus a delegation calling itself Concerned Relatives, family members of temple followers who had not heard from their loved ones in months. Some had not heard in over a year. These were not professional investigators. These were mothers, fathers, brothers and sisters of cult members. Some of them carried photographs of the people they had come to find. Some of them carried letters that had been returned undelivered. Some of them simply carried the hope that, after so much silence, they would be allowed to look their daughter in the face and ask her, plainly, if she wanted to come home. Now, half a century later, the question we ask in any boardroom analysis is whether this should have happened sooner, years sooner. The State Department had received complaints since 1976. They had been advised repeatedly that something was wrong inside the People's Temple. They had received memos, they had received affidavits, they had received the panicked phone calls of mothers whose adult children would not return their letters. And they had done nothing. Should they have intervened? Some say yes. The children would still be alive. The compound would have been broken up before Jones could finish his conditioning. The followers, even the most devoted, would have had a chance to reorient themselves to a world in which the loudspeakers were off. Others say no. They argue that Jones was already conditioning his followers for what he called revolutionary suicide, that the White Knights had already done their work, and that any state intervention, especially a violent one, would have triggered the mass deaths earlier, with no congressman present, no cameras, no witnesses. The story would have ended in a footnote in a regional newspaper. The lesson would not have been learned. Both sides had logic. Both sides had a body count. The only question was, which body count? What actually happened was the worst of both options. November 18th, 1978. The afternoon. Congressman Ryan and his delegation have spent 2 days touring Jonestown. Some current temple members have approached them, quietly, in the corners of the pavilion. They want to leave. They are willing to risk what comes after. They are willing, finally, to walk to the plane. Ryan agrees to take them. The delegation, the journalists, and approximately 15 defectors drive in a flatbed truck back to the airstrip at Port Kaituma. They begin to board 2 small planes, a twin Otter and a Cessna. The propellers are warming. The journalists are filming. The defectors are climbing the ladder. A second truck pulls up. Out step temple gunmen, members of Jones's security force, men he had trained and armed for exactly this contingency. They open fire. Now, before I tell you what happened next, I want you to consider what you would have done. You are 27 years old. You came to Jonestown 2 years ago with your husband, who told you it would be a paradise. You have a 4-year-old daughter in your arms. You are standing in the heat in the central pavilion on a wooden floor stained with sweat and clay. Jim Jones is on the stage in front of you, microphone in hand, telling you that Congressman Ryan is dead, telling you that the soldiers are coming, telling you that it is time to go home, telling you to drink. The line is moving toward the vat. There are children ahead of you in the line. There are men with crossbows and rifles behind you. Your daughter is asking what you are doing. What do you do? Whatever you say, I am going to ask you to remember it for the next 3 minutes, because what came next was not a moment. It was an hour. Back at the airstrip, the gunman had killed Congressman Leo Ryan as he tried to shield a defector. They had killed Don Harris, the NBC correspondent. They had killed Bob Brown, the cameraman who filmed his own death. The footage exists. It has been studied frame by federal investigators, and Brown's last seconds are preserved on a tape that the network has never publicly broadcast. They had killed Greg Robinson, the Examiner photographer. They had killed Patricia Parks, one of the defectors who had simply wanted to go home. 11 other people were wounded. Some played dead in the dust beneath the wing of the Twin Otter. Some crawled into the jungle and lived. Some did not. Leo Ryan remains, to this day, the only United States congressman ever murdered in the line of duty. That same afternoon, at almost the same hour, Jim Jones gathered the population of Jonestown at the pavilion. The poisoning began. Cyanide-laced grape-flavor aid mixed in a stainless steel vat, drawn out into Dixie cups. The popular phrase, "Don't drink the Kool-Aid," is wrong about the drink. Kool-Aid was the rival brand, and correct about everything else. The children were poisoned first. Children and infants, held in the arms of nurses and aides. The cyanide solution was administered through plastic syringes, squeezed into small mouths that could not yet refuse. The mothers were standing nearby. Some held their hands over their faces. Some were silent. Some were sobbing. The audio survives. There is a tape, the FBI labels it Q042, on which you can hear Jim Jones's voice, calm and authoritative, telling the parents that their children are merely going to step over to the other side. The crying of infants is audible behind him. Then the adults, from cups, some forced, some willing, some, the records suggest, pushed forward by men with crossbows when they hesitated. Anyone who tried to flee was shot. When it was finished, 909 people lay dead at Jonestown. 304 of them were children. Add the 5 dead at the Port Kaituma airstrip. Add 4 more in Georgetown, the Guyanese capital, where a temple member named Sharon Amos murdered her 3 children and then herself in a temple-owned house on Jones's radioed orders. The total stood at 918. It was the largest single-day non-natural loss of American civilian life until September 11th, 2001. Jim Jones was found in a wooden chair next to the pavilion with a single gunshot wound to the head. The bullet had been fired at close range. Whether by his own hand or by an aide has never been definitively settled, and likely never will be, because the only witnesses who could have answered the question were lying around him. He was 47 years old. He had begun his career as a Methodist student preacher in Indianapolis. He had ended it on a wooden floor in the Guyanese jungle. The arc of his life took 23 years to complete. The phrase, "don't drink the Kool-Aid," entered the American language. People say it as a joke now. They say it about company meetings. They say it about politics. They say it about anything where they suspect someone of being a little too enthusiastic about the official line. It is perhaps the most casually used phrase in modern English that descends directly from the murder of 300 children. A handful of people survived. Stanley Clayton, a temple member who slipped into the jungle as the poisoning began. Odell Rhodes, a counselor who hid beneath a building. A small number of elderly members who had been left behind in the senior living quarters during the gathering and who simply slept through the killing. Jim Jones's own surviving sons, Stephen, Tim, and Jimmy, who were in Georgetown that day, playing in a temple basketball tournament. They are still alive. They are still asked every November what their father was. They have, in the years since, given the most honest answers anyone has ever given about him. They have called him a monster. They have called him their father, both at once. The basketball tournament. Now, that detail bears holding. Imagine being 18 years old on a court in Georgetown, the capital of Guyana, dribbling a worn ball under a tropical sky, listening for the score, and learning by radio, by a voice on a borrowed receiver, by the words of an aide who has run from somewhere unspeakable, that everyone you have ever loved is dead. Everyone. Your mother, your siblings, your friends from the bus rides, your neighbors from Redwood Valley, your father who put them there. Imagine the precise moment when the score on the scoreboard ceases, mathematically, to matter. The Jones boys remember that moment. They have described it. They were ordered by radio, by Sharon Amos in Georgetown, to commit suicide along with the rest of the temple. They refused. A basketball game saved them. After Jonestown, you might think we had reached the bottom, that a story of 918 dead, 300 of them children, had to be the floor. We had not. Our next story trades the jungle for the Swiss Alps. It trades cyanide for a wooden stake. It trades a Pentecostal preacher for a French jeweler with holographic projection equipment. The cult does not have a bottom. It has only the next floor. Geneva, Switzerland, 1984. Two men sit across from each other in a small office above a jewelry shop. They are about to start a religion. The first is 60 years old. His name is Joseph Di Mambro, French, a lapsed jeweler with carefully kept hands and a soft, almost confessional voice. In 1972, 12 years before this meeting, he had been convicted in France of issuing bad checks, fraud, The kind of small, common dishonesty that lands a man in front of a magistrate, gets him a fine and probation, and then is, supposedly, forgotten. Joseph DiMambro had not forgotten. He had simply moved his ambitions to a higher floor. The second man is 37. His name is Luc Jouret, Belgian, a homeopath, charismatic in the specific way that public speakers on alternative medicine often are. Handsome, articulate, with a doctor's vocabulary and a guru's gaze. He had toured European lecture circuits on the topic of holistic health. He had a following, modestly. Not enough to fill an arena, enough to fill a church. Together, they founded the Ordre du Temple Solaire, the Order of the Solar Temple. Their claim, on paper, a continuation of the medieval Knights Templar, the Crusader order suppressed by the King of France in 1307. In reality, no historical lineage existed. The Templars had been dead for almost 700 years, but the romance was useful. The mystique was sellable, and in a Europe that was already producing, in the 1980s, a steady market for esoteric religion, Rosicrucianism, Theosophy, New Age, ufology, there was demand for a movement that wore a sword. The doctrine was a synthesis of several existing currents, stitched together with the patience of a jeweler. Rosicrucian symbolism, theosophical, ascended masters, a New Age vocabulary of cosmic energies and astral planes, a streak of apocalyptic Christianity, a dash, even, of UFO mythology, flying saucers and extraterrestrial saviors. And beneath all of it, threading through the lectures and the pamphlets and the initiations, the central, compelling claim: the Earth is going to face a global catastrophe in the mid-1990s. You will not survive it. Your only escape is transit, ritualized death, which will release your consciousness to the star Sirius, where the ascended masters await you. Salvation, in other words, was death, on schedule. Now, a religion whose central doctrine is that members must die at a specific date in the near future is, on its face, a self-limiting business model. You would think this would be a problem. It is not. In fact, it is the opposite of a problem. Because for the period between the founding of the cult and the prophesied date, members live in a state of unusual urgency. They give more. They tithe more. They donate property that they would otherwise have left to children. They settle their affairs in the manner of the terminally ill, and they hand the proceeds to the leadership. The doctrine, in cynical commercial terms, is a long-running estate liquidation scheme. Joseph DiMambro understood this. Joseph DiMambro, the convicted check fraud artist, understood it precisely. Members were ranked by initiation level. The lower tier, Brothers of Parvis; the higher tier, Knights of the Alliance. To advance, one paid, sometimes a few thousand francs, sometimes a few 100,000. Some members, true believers, donated everything they owned: their houses, their savings, their inheritances. The order took it all and routed it through Joseph DiMambro, who, over the course of a decade, quietly acquired chalets in the Swiss Alps, a chateau in Quebec, properties in southern France, and a lifestyle that would have raised eyebrows in any Templar of the original kind. By the early 1990s, the order claimed several hundred members in Switzerland, France, Quebec, and Martinique. Some were ordinary working people, nurses, teachers, retirees. Others were unusual. Among the membership, Robert Falado, the Deputy Finance Minister of the Canadian province of Quebec, doctors, engineers, a few minor European nobles. It was a respectable cult. That phrase, respectable cult, should sit uncomfortably in your ear, but it is the right one. For nearly a decade, the Order of the Solar Temple was, by external appearances, simply a discreet European spiritual society. Members met in private. Members donated quietly. Members did not stand on street corners. Members did not wear robes outside the sanctuary. Members had jobs and families and tax returns. There was no sign to a neighbor, to a colleague, to a customs officer that anything unusual was happening at all. For a while. But then there was the matter of the holograms. During the Order's most sacred ceremonies, held in an underground sanctuary at one of Dimambro's properties, members were treated to miraculous appearances. The ascended masters of the Templar tradition would seem to materialize in the chamber. Robed figures, glowing, hovering, speaking in deep, resonant voices that came supposedly from beyond the veil. It was theater. The figures were holograms, or close to it, projected images generated using stagecraft equipment of the kind a modest delusionist would have used at a 1980s nightclub. The technical work was done by a member named Tony Dutoit, an electrician with theatrical experience. He had built the rigs. He had operated them. He had, for years, quietly enabled the central spiritual experience that justified Joseph Dimambro's authority. Then, in 1990, came the betrayal. Joseph Dimambro's own son, a young man named Elie Dimambro, raised inside the Order. He did what sons of cult leaders sometimes do when they grow old enough to see the rigging. He went public. He told reporters that the Templar masters were projection equipment. He told them his father was a fraud. He named names. The credibility of the Order collapsed. Members began to leave. Donations dried up. Joseph Dimambro's wealth was now, for the first time, vulnerable. And Joseph Dimambro, the small jeweler with the 1972 fraud conviction, could not tolerate vulnerability. He decided that someone had to be punished. He decided it was Tony Dutoit and Tony Dutoit's family. September 30th, 1994. Morin Heights, Quebec, a small Templar safe house in the woods. Tony Dutoit and his wife Nikki have a baby. A boy, 3 months old. They have named him Christopher Emmanuel. Joseph Dimambro, in the late stages of his paranoia, had become obsessed with this baby. Why? Because Dimambro had a daughter of his own, also young, also named Emmanuel, and within the Order, she had been promoted to the title of the Cosmic Child. Dimambro had decreed her to be a divine being. The future of humanity, he claimed, would pass through her. Her name was sacred. And then Tony and Nikki Dutoit, the technician who had betrayed the Order's secrets, who had not been punished severely enough, who had then had the audacity to leave, named their son Emmanuel. In Dimambro's mind, this was not a coincidence. It was a cosmic insult. It was, he announced to his inner circle, the literal arrival of the Antichrist. A child sent specifically to threaten his own daughter's spiritual position. The child had to be eliminated. The order was given, and what followed, I will tell you slowly, because it deserves to be heard, not skimmed. Nikki Dutoit was stabbed 8 times in the back, 4 times in the throat, once in each breast. Her husband, Tony, was was stabbed 50 times. The 3-month-old baby, Christopher Emmanuel, was stabbed 6 times, and then pierced through the heart with a wooden stake. A wooden stake in 1994, at the order of a French jeweler in Switzerland, into the chest of an infant. I want you to sit with that detail. Not because we are dwelling, because the boardroom analysis requires a clear-eyed accounting of what one man's paranoia can authorize. A wooden stake is not a weapon of necessity. There were guns in that house. There were knives. The stake was symbolic. It was theatrical. It was the cult vocabulary made literal, the Antichrist, slain in the manner of a vampire by the hand of the faithful, on a bed in a small Quebec safe house at the end of September. A child who had been alive for 92 days. This was not the end. This was the beginning. 5 days later, October 4th and 5th, 1994. 2 coordinated incidents in Switzerland. The first, in a farmhouse at Cheery. 23 members of the order found dead, many of them shot in the head, some with plastic bags tied over their faces. The second, in a chalet at Salvan, 25 more, including Joseph Dimambro and Luc Jouret themselves. Both buildings ignited via automated, phone-triggered timer fires. Investigators believe the fires were set to obscure evidence and to complete the transit with flame. 48 dead in Switzerland, plus the 3 Dutois and the infant Christopher Emmanuel in Quebec. 53 lives in 3 days on 2 continents. But Joseph Dimambro and Luc Jouret were dead, and so the question for any serious analyst became, had the cult ended with them? It had not. December 1995. A forest clearing in the Vercors region of southeastern France. 16 more bodies are discovered, arranged in a star formation. Members of the order who had not transited the year before. They had taken poison. They had set themselves on fire. They had completed the calendar. March 22nd, 1997. Saint-Casimir, Quebec. 5 more dead. Final mass suicide. 3 teenage children of the deceased. Children who had been raised inside the order, who had been told since infancy that they too would one day transit to Sirius, refused to participate in an aborted first attempt. They were spared. They walked out of the cabin. They are alive today. They are middle-aged. They have, mostly, declined to speak publicly. Total death toll across all the events, 74. Among the dead, Robert Falardeau, the Deputy Finance Minister of Quebec. The Solar Temple was a death cult that asked its dying for everything they owned. Our next story did the same, but for 30 years, and with the specific goal of producing children who could be sexually exploited. From holographic Templars to a man who lived in seclusion, writing instruction manuals. Huntington Beach, California, 1968. The summer is hot. The boardwalk is crowded with the children of an entire restless American generation. They are not the protesters of Berkeley. They are not the radicals of Greenwich Village. They are simpler. They are younger. They are runaways and dropouts and surfers and the kids who, a few years ago, were going to college and now are not. They are looking, vaguely, sincerely, for something to believe. A coffeehouse called the Light Club is open near the pier. Inside, a 49-year-old man named David Brandt Berg is preaching to them. Berg is a former pastor of the Christian and Missionary Alliance, a small evangelical denomination that had quietly removed him from his pulpit some years earlier, for reasons the denomination has never fully explained on the record. He has his wife with him. He has his adult children with him. He has a guitar and a Bible and a voice that catches the runaways exactly where they are. What he is doing in 1968 is real, or at least it looks real. He is converting hippies to Christianity. He is feeding them. He is housing them. He is pulling them out of the worst corners of the counterculture. The bad drugs, the predatory communes, the runaway abuse. And he is offering them a community, a home, a father. The press takes note. The group is one of the most prominent of what is being called the Jesus People movement, a wave of late 1960s Christian conversions among the counterculture. Berg's organization renames itself and renames itself again. First, Teens for Christ. Then, around 1969, the Children of God. Then in 1970, something strange happens. David Berg withdraws from public life. Completely. He never appears publicly again, not at a sermon, not at a rally, not at a press event. For the next 24 years, until his death, the founder of one of the largest new religious movements in America does not show his face to anyone. Outside an inner circle of perhaps a dozen people, no one knows where he lives. There are rumors. London, Tenerife, Portugal. Wherever he is, he speaks to his followers only through writing, specifically through what came to be called the Mo letters. Mo, short for Moses David, his self-appointed prophetic name. The letters were newsletters, mimeographed, then printed, then Xeroxed, that arrived in the households of Children of God members at intervals of every few weeks. They covered doctrine. They covered prophecy. They covered current events. They covered Berg's personal directives, his moods, his complaints, his visions. By the time of his death, in 1994, there were approximately 3,000 of them. Many were illustrated. Many of the illustrations were explicit. That is the polite word. We will use a less polite one in a moment. Now, by 1974, 6 years into the movement, David Berg introduced what would become the most infamous doctrine in his theology. He called it flirty fishing. The premise was simple. Female members of the Children of God, wives, daughters, recruits, were instructed to use sex as evangelism, to approach men in bars, at clubs, at hotel pools, to offer them sexual encounters as a way of bringing them to Jesus. Berg called the women involved hookers for Jesus. He drew, with a thin authorial smirk, on the Old Testament image of the prophet Hosea, who had been instructed by God to marry a prostitute. The doctrine was, Berg argued, a fulfillment of biblical literalism. Now, when a religious doctrine instructs its female members to use intercourse as evangelism, the question that follows is whether this is rhetoric or operational, whether it is a metaphor that exists on the page in the Mo letters and never quite touches the lives of real people, or whether it is something the cult actually did, tracked, scaled, reported on. The answer, for the Children of God, is operational. The cult kept records. The researcher William Sims Bainbridge, a sociologist of religion at the University of Washington, later at the National Science Foundation, obtained the group's own internal data in the 1980s. The Children of God had an administrative arm. They tracked their evangelism in numbers, the way a corporation tracks sales calls. Between 1974 and 1987, members of the Children of God had sexual contact with 223,989 people. 223,989. Not as a metaphor, not as a slogan, as a count. In a ledger. Some of these encounters produced children. The cult had a name for them. It called them Jesus babies. You would think we had reached the limit of what a religious doctrine could authorize. We had not. In 1982, David Berg produced something even more disturbing than flirty fishing. He produced a book, a child care manual. He called it the Davidito Book. The book was a guide distributed throughout the movement on how to raise children inside the Children of God. It depicted, in text and photographs, his own de facto step-grandson, a child named Ricky Rodriguez, born in 1975 to Berg's partner, Karen Zerby, being sexualized by adult caretakers. The manual described the practices approvingly, as pedagogy, as spiritual training. It was distributed throughout the movement for years. It became, decades later, one of the central pieces of evidence in numerous abuse lawsuits brought against the Family International, the cult's later name, in the 1990s and 2000s. Plaintiffs in those cases were former children of the group, by then adults, presenting the book and saying, "I am the model. I am the child in the photographs. This was done to me." The court records survive. They are not pleasant reading. Among the children raised inside the Children of God in the 1970s and early 1980s were several who became, in adulthood, very famous. The Phoenix family, 5 children, named, in a flourish of countercultural optimism, River, Joaquin, Rain, Liberty, and Summer, were members from 1972 to 1978. River Phoenix, the oldest, became one of the most acclaimed actors of his generation before his death of a drug overdose at age 23 in 1993. He said, in adulthood, that he had had sexual experience by the age of 4. His brother, Joaquin Phoenix, also a major actor, was the youngest in the family at the time of their membership. The siblings have, in interviews over decades, declined to elaborate on most of what happened. They have said only that their parents took them out of the group in 1978 when they realized what was being asked of their children. Rose McGowan, the actress, was raised in the Italian arm of the Children of God until she was 9. She has written about it. The Italian compound, she said, was where her father, a member, decided to leave when the directives from headquarters became impossible to ignore. David Berg himself died of natural causes in 1994 in Portugal at age 75. The Children of God, by that point, had a successor in place, Karen Zerby, Berg's partner, his common-law widow, the mother of Ricky Rodriguez, known inside the movement as Maria. She took leadership. The cult rebranded several times as the Family of Love from 1978 to 1981, as the Family from 1982 to 2004, as the Family International from 2004 to the present. The renamings were strategic. Each rebranding distanced the organization from the lawsuits and headlines of the previous one. None of them changed the underlying lineage. In 1995, the United Kingdom High Court, under Lord Justice Ward, issued a 295-page ruling on a custody case involving a member's child. The ruling determined, on the basis of extensive testimony and documentary evidence that the children of God had engaged in abusive sexual practices involving minors and severe corporal punishment. The court found that those practices had ceased by 1995. The ruling also required the group to make significant doctrinal changes if it wished to retain custody of children at all. The group complied, at least on paper. But the children of the 1970s and 1980s had grown up by then, and one of them was about to do something that would make every newspaper in America. January 8th, 2005, Tucson, Arizona. Ricky Rodriguez, the boy from the Davidito book, now 29 years old, who had grown up inside the cult, who had renounced it as an adult, who had been speaking publicly for years about what had been done to him, sits in his apartment with a video camera. He records a message. In the video, calm, almost gentle, he says that he is going to find his abusers. He says that the system has failed. He says that justice has not arrived through the courts, through the press, through the lawsuits. He says he is going to deliver it himself. He drives to the apartment of Angela Smith, known inside the group as Sue. She had been one of his caretakers from the period documented in the Davidito book. He stabs her to death. He drives across the desert toward Blythe, California. He pulls his car over on a side road. He shoots himself in the head. He was 29. Today, the Family International claims approximately 1,500 to 2,000 active members worldwide, down from a peak in the late 1980s of around 35,000. The organization continues to publish theological material. It continues to maintain a website. It continues to deny that the abuses documented by the UK High Court, by Bainbridge's research, and by the Davidito book, the book the group itself produced, were ever as systemic as the survivors claim. Karen Zerby, the cult's leader since 1994, has not appeared in public in decades. She lives, by various accounts, somewhere in the southern United States. She communicates with her remaining followers, more or less, the way her late common-law husband did. Through writing, from hiding. The pattern repeats itself. The pattern always repeats itself. Berg's cult ran on doctrine and shame. Our next story runs on contracts. A billion-year contract from a sci-fi writer to one of the wealthiest religious institutions in the world. Now, before we begin, I'd ask you to set down whatever you're holding and consider for a moment the legal value of a single word. The word is religion. In 1950, a man named Lafayette Ronald Hubbard published a book. He went by Ron, L. Ron Hubbard, and before he wrote that book, he had spent the better part of 2 decades writing pulp science fiction. At a penny a word. Stories about space pirates and mind-reading aliens and intergalactic empires. Prolific, by all accounts. Fast. He could outwrite a deadline. He once said, in a remark that some of his former colleagues would later swear they heard with their own ears, that the way to make $1 million was to start a religion. Whether he said it or whether he didn't. Well, the man's biography eventually voted on the question. May 1950, Hubbard publishes Dianetics, the Modern Science of Mental Health. The subtitle is doing a great deal of work in that sentence. The book proposes a kind of therapy Past traumas, called engrams, were said to lodge themselves in something called the reactive mind. The therapy was meant to clear them. Read it once, read it twice, apply the technique with a partner, and you became, in Hubbard's terminology, a clear. A person whose mental processes had been freed from the static of accumulated trauma. A person operating, supposedly, at the full capacity of the human animal. It was a striking promise. It is, in fact, almost exactly the same promise that every popular self-help book has made, in some form, in every decade since. Hubbard was an early entrant in a category that did not yet have a name. The book sold quite well, in fact. It was on the New York Times bestseller list. There were Dianetics groups springing up in living rooms from California to Connecticut, auditors auditing each other in pairs. People wanted to feel better. People always want to feel better. That part of the story is older than any of this, older than any of us. But here's where the trouble starts. See, Hubbard wasn't a doctor. The therapy was not licensed, and the state of New Jersey, in particular, took a dim view of a man charging fees to clear engrams. They called it practicing medicine without a license. There were prosecutions. There was a bankruptcy. There was a loss of intellectual property as Hubbard's organization fractured and creditors moved in. And then, December of 1953, Hubbard files paperwork, religious incorporation, the Church of Scientology. Now this is when a man learns the legal value of the word religion. The same therapy that the state will prosecute as medicine, the state cannot prosecute as theology. Not in the United States. Not without violating the First Amendment. Hubbard's lawyers explained this to him. The transformation was not theological. It was legal. The same chair, the same questions, the same fees, a new costume. And well, look, I'm not going to pretend I don't admire a certain kind of audacity. I've sat in boardrooms where men reorganized $50 million entities to dodge a tax bracket. I've watched lawyers spend 3/4 in conference rooms, drawing diagrams just to move a corporate headquarters across one state line. The principle is identical, only the stakes differed. Hubbard was working with the largest legal exemption the United States offered to any organization, anywhere. And the federal government had granted that exemption to a former pulp writer who, 6 months earlier, had been answering letters from the Newark district attorney. That is not nothing. There are men in tax law today, in firms that bill $700 an hour, who could not have engineered what Hubbard engineered with a sheaf of mimeograph paper and a folding table. The doctrine itself. We should talk about the doctrine. A new member is called a preclear. He sits across from an auditor. The auditor holds a small device, a galvanometer, essentially 2 tin cans wired to a needle. Hubbard called it the E-meter. The pre-clear holds the cans while the auditor asks questions about his life, failures, embarrassments, family secrets, sexual history, things he has never told his wife, things he has never told his priest. The needle on the meter twitches. The auditor takes notes. Now, I'd like you to picture those notes for a moment. Decades of them. Filed cabinets full. Every confession a member has ever made, transcribed and filed by name and date and folio number. A library of human shame kept in a windowless room in Los Angeles, held by an organization that has, on multiple occasions, used those confessions against members who later attempted to leave. That is the first thing the e-meter is. A confession box with a receipt. The path goes pre-clear, then 8 operating thetan levels. OT1 through OT8. Each level is more confidential than the last. Each level costs more money than the last. Tens of thousands of dollars. Hundreds of thousands by the time you've worked your way up. A serious adherent will spend more on a Scientology career than most Americans spend on a house. OT3 is the level the public eventually got to read. It leaked in the late 1970s, surfaced in court filings, and was eventually read aloud, in part, on national television. And what is in OT3 is, well, it is the mythology of Xenu. 75 million years ago, according to the document, an intergalactic ruler named Xenu, that's Xenu, gathered up the surplus population of 76 planets, transported them to Earth in spacecraft resembling DC-8 airliners, stacked them around the bases of volcanoes, and detonated hydrogen bombs in the volcanoes. The souls, called thetans, were then captured, indoctrinated with false memories in a kind of cinematic re-education chamber, and now infest every human being on Earth, attached like barnacles to a ship. To rid yourself of them, you audit, you pay, you ascend. That is what is on the document. I am not editorializing. That is what members are told. After they have paid the entry fees, after they have signed the agreements, after they have spent, in some cases, many years and many tens of thousands of dollars getting there. The mythology is not the entry-level pitch. The mythology is reserved for the later chapters, the way an author saves a twist for the third act. By the time a Scientologist learns about Xenu, he has too much invested to walk out of the room. That is, in some sense, the most sophisticated part of the entire enterprise. The doctrine is backloaded. You don't sell the volcanoes on Tuesday morning. You sell the relaxation, the questionnaire, the free personality test in the airport. The volcanoes come later, when leaving is harder than staying. Now, let's talk about the Sea Organization. 1967. Hubbard, by this point, is having difficulty staying in any one country. Tax issues? Legal issues. So he buys a fleet of ships. The Sea Org is an elite paramilitary clergy. They wear naval uniforms. They sign, and I want you to read this slowly, billion-year contracts. A billion years. The contract assumes you will be reincarnated into Scientology over many lifetimes, and that you have signed up for all of them in advance. Sea Org members work for as little as $50 a week. 100-hour weeks are common. They live in dormitories. They eat in mess halls. And in January of 1974, Hubbard establishes something called the Rehabilitation Project Force, the RPF. It is the punishment regime for Sea Org members deemed delinquent, meaning anyone who has questioned authority, missed a quota, expressed doubt, or simply fallen out of favor. The conditions: hard manual labor in shifts of up to 30 hours, restricted diet, restricted sleep, mandatory study of Hubbard's writings, repeated auditing, meaning forced confession, and isolation from spouses, friends, and the outside world. The U.S. Department of State has cited the RPF in human rights reports, not allegations. Reports. The same documents in which the State Department lists labor camps in countries we are not officially friendly with. The Rehabilitation Project Force is in those documents, by name. We saw something similar in our episode on Vatican secrets. An institution old enough to have outlasted what it was originally for, long enough to have rewritten its founding documents in service of its own continuation. The mechanism is identical, only the costume changes. And then, 1977, the FBI raids Scientology offices in Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. The investigation is called Operation Snow White. And what they find is, well, here is where the story becomes truly remarkable. In 1979, Mary Sue Hubbard, Ron's wife, the second-ranking officer of the church, and 10 co-conspirators are convicted of infiltrating the Internal Revenue Service, the Department of Justice, foreign embassies. They had agents inside federal buildings, forging credentials, stealing files, wiretapping offices. They had operatives working as secretaries inside the IRS commissioner's own office. They had photocopied tens of thousands of pages of internal government documents and smuggled them out, briefcase by briefcase, evening after evening, for years. At the time, it was the largest domestic espionage operation in United States history. 136 government agencies in 30-plus countries. Now, there is a strange consolation in this. The cult that successfully ran intelligence operations against the country that gave it tax-free status was, at minimum, effective. The same organization that today most listeners associate with celebrities and odd interviews ran a more successful infiltration of the federal government than several foreign powers had attempted in the same era. That is not a recommendation. It is, however, a fact. January 24th, 1986. L. Ron Hubbard dies in seclusion at his ranch in Creston, California. He had not appeared in public for years. The cause of death. Well, the church and the coroner offered different versions. We will leave that one alone. The man had spent the last decade of his life moving from one undisclosed location to another, dictating his thoughts onto cassette tapes, sending instructions to his lieutenants by courier. David Miscavige takes over. He is 25 years old. He had been Hubbard's personal aide and messenger, one of the so-called Commodore's Messengers organization. Teenagers Hubbard had used as his eyes and ears around the headquarters since the 1970s. Within months of Hubbard's death, Miscavige has ousted his rivals. Pat Brooker, the man Hubbard had supposedly designated as successor, is removed and demoted. Miscavige consolidates power so thoroughly that by 1987, he is effectively Scientology. 26 years old, holding the keys to the entire institution. December 5th, 1995. A young woman named Lisa McPherson dies in Clearwater, Florida. She is 36 years old. She had been involved in a minor traffic accident, undamaged, ambulatory, conscious. She had taken off her clothing in the street afterward. The Scientology medical staff intervened, took her to a hotel suite the church operated, and placed her in something called the Introspection Rundown. It is a regime of forced isolation, silence, and auditing. She is held there for 17 days. When she dies, she is dehydrated, emaciated, covered in cockroach bites and bruises. Charges are filed against the church. In 2000, the charges are dropped. 1993, and we're moving back in time briefly, but the timing matters. The IRS grants Scientology tax-exempt status after the church had reportedly filed thousands of lawsuits against the IRS itself, individual agents, their families. The agency, faced with what one official later described as litigation that could continue forever, settled. The exemption was granted. To this day, donations to Scientology are tax-deductible in the United States. From 2009 onward, Senior Sea org defectors begin speaking publicly. Marty Rathbun, once Miscavige's number 2. Mike Rinder, the church's former international spokesman. Jenna Miscavige Hill, David Miscavige's own niece. Leah Remini, the actress. Each of them tells the same story. Miscavige, in their accounts, physically assaults subordinates. Punching, kicking, choking. In meetings, in offices, in front of witnesses. The church denies it. It always denies it. In 2015, the filmmaker Alex Gibney releases the HBO documentary Going Clear, based on Lawrence Wright's 2013 book of the same title. The film is one of the most watched documentaries in HBO's history. Wright's book had been published 2 years earlier, a meticulous, lawyered piece of journalism that the church had attempted and failed to suppress through pre-publication threats. The combination of the book and the film moved Scientology in public discourse, from unusual religion to documented institutional abuser. That shift, more than any single legal action, changed the cultural permission structure around the organization. And in December of 2023, the actor Danny Masterson, a Scientologist, is sentenced to 30 years to life for 2 rapes. Testimony at his trial alleged that the church had pressured his accusers for years not to report him to police. Internal Scientology policy, presented as evidence in the trial, treats the reporting of fellow Scientologists to civil authorities as a punishable offense within the church. Tom Cruise and John Travolta remain the most famous adherents. They have been Scientologists for decades. They are the public faces of the church on red carpets and talk shows. Membership estimates today range from 25,000, that is the figure from independent surveys, to millions, which is the church's own claim. Those 2 numbers cannot both be true. One of them is approximately 100-fold larger than the other. We will leave it to the listener to decide which set of figures is plausible. What I can say is that Scientology, as an institution, has now outlasted L. Ron Hubbard by nearly 40 years. It controls real estate from Hollywood to Clearwater to East Grinstead, England, valued in the high hundreds of millions. It still grants tax-deductible receipts. It still holds the auditing files. It still answers in court filings exactly the way it answered in 1955. Scientology's enforcement was institutional. Our next story ran enforcement personally, through a man who decided that the people suing his cult deserved a rattlesnake in their mailbox. (1958) Santa Monica. A recovering alcoholic named Charles E. Dederich. Chuck Dederich, to his friends, and he had many in those early years, takes part in an early experimental study of LSD. This is, you should remember, before LSD was illegal. It was being studied at universities by physicians with paper-bound supervision and clipboards. The session, by his own later account, changes him. He is 45 years old. He has been sober some years through Alcoholics Anonymous, and the LSD experience, he says, gives him the idea that addiction recovery could be done differently, more confrontationally, more communally, with no professionals in the room, no psychiatrists, no social workers, no 12 steps, just addicts in a circle, working on each other. He starts a group in his own apartment, a few folding chairs, a coffee pot. He calls it Synanon, a portmanteau, supposedly coined when an early member tried to say symposium and seminar, and produced neither. And along the way, in those early years, Dederich coins a phrase. You have heard it. Everyone has heard it. He puts it on a banner in the meeting hall. Today is the first day of the rest of your life. Now, we have to acknowledge that line did not lose anything in the ensuing 70 years. It will be on a poster in someone's office tomorrow. The poster will not mention that the man who wrote it eventually orchestrated assault, attempted murder, forced vasectomies, and one of the most consequential failed assassinations in American legal history. The poster never includes the footnote. I have, on occasion, considered whether the catchphrase factory is, in itself, a warning sign. A man who can produce a line so portable, so immediately marketable, so divorced from any specific context that it can be hung on any office wall, in any decade, in any language. That is a man whose talent is for surfaces. The depth, when it comes, may not match, just an old man's observation. There is a related phenomenon I have noticed over the years. I will not press it as a rule, but I will offer it. An organization that produces a great many slogans tends to be an organization that is hiding a great deal that cannot be slogans. The slogans are doing the work the doctrine cannot. The doctrine, in such organizations, tends to live in private memos, restricted to senior leadership, and revealed only after the member has paid for the privilege. The early years of Synanon were, by most accounts, genuinely successful. This part of the story should not be lost. Dederich's group, in the late 1950s and through much of the 1960s, did pull people out of heroin addiction in a country that had almost no other workable model for it. The medical establishment had nothing. The criminal justice system had only incarceration. The pharmaceutical industry was a generation away from methadone clinics. And here, in a Santa Monica beachfront house, a former drunk and a few dozen ex-junkies were staying clean, sometimes for years, sometimes for the rest of their lives. That is not a small thing. I want to be clear about it. The men and women who came to Synanon in 1959 and 1960 had, in many cases, been written off by their families, by the courts, by the medical profession. They had been told they were beyond help, and then somehow they were no longer using heroin. They were holding jobs. They were paying rent. Life magazine ran admiring profiles. Time magazine ran admiring profiles. In 1962, the documentary filmmaker David Wolper produced a sympathetic film about it. In 1965, Stanley Kramer, the same director who would make Guess Who's Coming to Dinner 2 years later, directed a Hollywood feature called Synanon with Edmund O'Brien and Chuck Connors and a sympathetic A-list. Walter Cronkite endorsed the program on the evening news. The Senate held hearings about it. The state of California gave Dederich state commendations. You have to understand the shape of public opinion in those years. Synanon was, for a time, what redemption looked like. The cover of Saturday Evening Post, the toast of the West Side dinner party, a model. The technique at the heart of it was called the game. Marathon group sessions, sometimes lasting 24, 36 hours. Members would sit in a circle and verbally tear one another apart. Insults, accusations, personal cruelty, cruelty about appearance, cruelty about marriages, cruelty about secrets that had been confessed in earlier sessions and were now being weaponized in the current one. The theory was that a person with a defended ego, an addict, a drunk, a liar, could not heal. until the defenses were broken. The game broke them, or so the theory went. It is, I should note, the same theory that would later underwrite the entire encounter group movement of the 1960s and 1970s. SLN, Erhard Seminars Training, EST. A great many therapeutic and quasi-therapeutic enterprises in mid-century America descended, directly or indirectly, from what was happening in that room in Santa Monica. And for a while, it worked. For some people. For some forms of addiction. In the controlled environment of a residential program, with peers, with structure, with a charismatic founder, with the threat of expulsion, if you used, it worked. But 1969. Dederich announces a change. Synanon is no longer a drug rehabilitation program. It is now a way of life, a permanent alternative society. Members are encouraged not to graduate, not to leave, not to reintegrate with the outside world, but to stay forever as Synanon people. Living in Synanon facilities, working in Synanon businesses. And in 1974, Dederich obtains tax-exempt status by declaring Synanon a religion. That same year, and this is one of those small ironies that history offers without meaning to, the same year that Scientology was also asserting religious tax claims. Two adjacent stories on two coasts about cult monetization through First Amendment shelter. Different doctrines, identical legal architecture. The mid-1970s. The changes accelerate. Members are required to shave their heads, men and women. Photographs from this period, they look almost militarized. Uniform jumpsuits, indigo blue, bald heads, communal dining halls, lines of bald, jumpsuited people moving in coordinated routines through the day. It looks, in the photographs, less like a drug rehab program and more like something a documentary crew might film on the wrong side of a Cold War border. Couples are forcibly separated. Long married members, couples who had been together 15, 20 years before they joined Synanon, are told their relationships are outside attachments and reassigned to new partners by Dederich himself. The reassignments were called love matches, which is an interesting choice of phrase, given the absence of consent involved. Men are forced to undergo vasectomies, not encouraged, not strongly suggested, required as a condition of remaining in the community. Hundreds of vasectomies performed in a single year. Women who become pregnant are coerced into abortions. Children are taken from their parents and raised in communal nurseries. The parents may visit, they may not parent. The bond, in the program's stated philosophy, was an outside attachment. Children belong to Synanon, not to their mothers and fathers. We have heard this language before. We will hear it again. Dederich forms an enforcement squad. He calls them the Imperial Marines. Over 80 documented violent incidents follow in the following years. A former member named Phil Ritter, who had become a critic, is attacked by Synanon enforcers and beaten so severely his skull fractures. He falls into a coma. He survives. Many critics of Synanon in this period did not. The organization is, by 1974, sitting on more than $30 million in assets. Hotels, gas stations, a fleet of vehicles, a small fleet of private aircraft, approximately 1,300 members. They had by then the operational footprint of a mid-sized corporation. They did not pay corporate taxes. The IRS, in those years, had not yet noticed the pattern. And then, October 10th, 1978. A Los Angeles attorney named Paul Morantz had been winning lawsuits against Synanon. Big ones? He had successfully recovered judgments for ex-members claiming abuse, false imprisonment, and assault. He had become, in Dederich's view, the central threat to the organization. That afternoon, two Synanon members, Joe Musico and Lance Kenton, drive to Pacific Palisades. Lance Kenton, I should mention, is the son of Stan Kenton, the Grammy-winning band leader, one of the great American jazz figures, a man whose orchestra played the White House and the Hollywood Bowl. Lance had been raised in Synanon since adolescence. His stepmother had brought him into the program. He was, by 1978, a true believer. 20 years old, bald-headed, a second-generation member of an organization that no longer resembled the one his stepmother had once joined. The two men are carrying a 4.5-foot diamondback rattlesnake live in a bag. They have removed the rattle from the end of its tail, a detail that I want you to sit with for a moment, because it tells you a great deal about premeditation. A rattlesnake without its rattle is a snake that does not announce itself. They place the snake in Paul Morantz's mailbox. They drive away. Morantz returns home that afternoon. He reaches into his mailbox. The snake bites him on the wrist. Twice. He survives. 6 days in the hospital. Lifelong neurological complications in his right hand. He would never regain full sensation. The FBI, by this point, had been monitoring Synanon. They had wiretaps on Dederich's phones, and in those recordings, just before the attack, Dederich is heard saying, and I want to quote this carefully, "We're not going to mess with the old-time, turn-the-other-cheek religious posture. Our religious posture is, don't mess with us. You can get killed dead, literally dead. You can get your eyes cut out. You can get your wife or your husband ripped off. That is on a federal recording. That is admissible. Dederich, Musico, and Kenton plead no contest to assault and conspiracy. All three receive probation, no prison time. The men who put a 4.5-foot rattlesnake into a federal court attorney's mailbox went home that evening to their own dinners. Dederich is forced to give up control of Synanon as part of the plea, and the organization, deprived of its founder, begins a slow collapse, though it lurches on for another decade. The IRS revokes its tax-exempt status in 1991, citing the organization's pattern of violence and abuse. Synanon disbands the same year. Dederich himself dies of cardiopulmonary arrest in 1997. He was 83. His obituary in the Los Angeles Times ran several thousand words. The phrase "first day of the rest of your life" appeared in the second paragraph. But here is the part of the story that does not end. Synanon's game, the marathon attack therapy method, was adopted almost wholesale by an entire generation of tough love. Teen rehabilitation programs that followed. CEDU, founded by a former Synanon member named Mel Wasserman in 1967, used it. Straight Inc., the Florida-based program endorsed by Nancy Reagan in the 1980s, used a version of it. Elan, in Maine, used a version that had been refined towards something even more punitive. The vast troubled teen industry, the wilderness camps, the emotional growth boarding schools, the lockdown therapeutic facilities to which thousands of American teenagers were sent through the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s. Most of them ran some derivative of the game. Many of these facilities now face decades of abuse complaints. Some have been closed by state regulators. Some are still open. Class action lawsuits in our own decade have begun working their way through the courts. The cult that legally died in 1991 still echoes through every boot camp rehab, every tough love intervention, every 1990s teenager who was driven into a wilderness program by a transport company at 4 in the morning for being, in the parental phrase of the era, rebellious. Most of those teenagers, today in their 30s and 40s, do not know the name Charles Dederich. They do not know the name Synanon. They were the inheritors of a methodology whose origin story had been carefully scrubbed off the marketing brochures. That is, I think, the most enduring effect any cult in this episode has produced. Not the buildings, not the bank accounts, not even the dead. The methodology smuggled into the next institution, the next generation, operating under a different name, funded, often by state contracts. Synanon attacked one lawyer with one snake. Our next cult attacked one of the largest cities in the world with one of the most lethal nerve agents ever synthesized. From a Santa Monica drug program to a Tokyo subway, from a man who shouted to a man who whispered. (1984) Tokyo. A man named Chisuo Matsumoto, born 1955, in Kumamoto, the son of a poor tatami mat maker, partially blind from infantile glaucoma since the age of 10 months, opens a small yoga and meditation school. He calls it Aum no Kai. It operates out of a single room in the Shibuya district. He has perhaps a dozen students. Matsumoto is, by his own account, a seeker. He had been raised at a school for the blind, where he had bullied classmates more visually impaired than himself, charging them protection fees in exchange for guidance through hallways. He had failed to gain admission to Tokyo University, the dream of every ambitious Japanese student of his generation, and a failure he would carry, by every account of his biographers, as a permanent grievance. He had drifted through acupuncture practice, traditional Chinese medicine, and a brief pharmaceutical fraud conviction in the late 1970s, selling tangerine peel as a miracle cure. The yoga school is his second act, or perhaps his third. The man had been searching for a profitable identity for some time. In 1986, he travels to the Himalayas. He returns claiming to have achieved enlightenment. There is a photograph distributed by his organization in those early years of Asahara levitating in lotus position. The photograph is plainly trick photography. The man has jumped slightly off a meditation cushion, and the shutter has caught him midair. But it was distributed in pamphlets. It was printed in promotional materials. It was reproduced in newspapers of the period, sometimes uncritically. He takes a new name, Shoko Asahara. In 1987, he renames the school. Aum Shinrikyo, Aum Supreme Truth, the Sanskrit word Aum, the primordial syllable. Shinrikyo, the religion of supreme truth. He is positioning himself, in the naming alone, as someone who has terminated the open question of human existence. The doctrine he teaches is, well, syncretic is the polite word. Tantric Vajrayana Buddhism. Hindu deities with Shiva as patron. Early Christian apocalypticism. The prophecies of Nostradamus. He weaves them together into a single mythology, and at the center of that mythology is himself. Asahara declares himself both Christ and the first enlightened one since the Buddha. 2,500 years of religious history telescoped into one Tokyo yoga instructor. He predicts that Armageddon will arrive in the late 1990s. brought on, he says, by a US nuclear or chemical attack, and that only Om followers, plus 10% of humanity, will survive. The doctrine of POA, a borrowing from Tibetan Buddhism, originally referring to the transfer of consciousness at the moment of death, is reinterpreted by Asahara to justify killing. To kill someone, in his version, was to release them to a higher plane. To murder a defector, then, was a form of compassion. To kill an entire city was a form of large-scale spiritual aid. The theology is, on inspection, a license dressed as a kindness. Now, here is the part of the doctrine I want to walk through carefully, because every cult sells something. Most cults sell a doctrine wrapped in a robe. Aum Shinrikyo sold the founder's body by the unit on a price list. Now, here is the part of this story that should be funny and is not. Asahara sold his bathwater to followers, bottled, called Miracle Pond, priced like wine. He sold his hair clippings. He sold $7,000 caps of PSY electrodes, which followers wore on their heads, supposedly synchronizing their brainwaves with his. He sold vials of his own blood for $7,000 each. The followers drank them, the followers wore them, and the followers came. That is the part that does not behave the way you would expect. Aum Shinrikyo became, in the late 1980s, what the Japanese newspapers called the religion for the elite. Graduates of Tokyo University, Waseda, Kyoto, the most prestigious institutions in Japan. Cardiologists, physics PhDs, chemistry researchers, engineers, computer scientists, lawyers. By 1995, the cult had assets estimated at $1 billion. They owned printing presses. They owned a chain of computer assembly shops. They owned a noodle restaurant. They had a film production arm. They had, in some accounts, more accountants on staff than most regional banks. In Russia, and this is a part of the story that gets less attention than it deserves, Om had a major operational presence by the early 1990s. The collapse of the Soviet Union had left a country full of unemployed scientists, demobilized soldiers, and warehouses of military hardware to which the chain of custody had become, let us say, casual. Had primetime radio broadcasts in Moscow. They claimed up to 30,000 Russian followers, which is twice the Japanese membership. They had cultivated access to Oleg Lobov, then the secretary of the Russian Security Council. There are still researchers today who are uncertain about the full extent of what Aum acquired during its Russian period, whether they obtained military helicopters, whether they obtained centrifuge components, whether they obtained nuclear material. The records were never fully reconstructed. The Russian government, in the years that followed, was not enthusiastic about reconstructing them. Now, here is the part most listeners do not want to believe. The recruits were not the marginal. They were not the desperate. They were the elite. They were the cardiologists. They were the physics PhDs. The religion for the elite, Japanese media called it. My read on this story is, perhaps, uncomfortable. Intelligence is not the defense. Intelligence is the recruiter. Marginal cults pull marginal people. Sophisticated cults, cults with elaborate mythology, ranking systems, pseudo-scientific apparatus, pull sophisticated people. People who know they are smart resist the obvious cults. They do not resist the elaborate ones. The elaboration is the bait. A cardiologist will not be drawn in by tambourines. He will be drawn in by a robed master who claims to have unified Vajrayana Buddhism, the prophecies of Nostradamus, and a working theory of brainwave synchronization. The cardiologist mistakes the complexity for evidence. That is just how I see it. You may disagree. 1989. A young Yokohama lawyer named Tsutsumi Sakamoto begins organizing a class action against Aum Shinrikyo. He is 33 years old. He has a young wife. He has a 14-month-old son. He is representing the families of Aum members. Parents who say their adult children, recruited into the cult, can no longer be reached, no longer write home, no longer come to family weddings. The lawsuit asks the court to compel Aum to release information on its members, to open the books, to allow contact. It is, in 1989, a routine civil filing. Sakamoto, the week before he is killed, gives an interview on a Tokyo television station, criticizing Aum Shinrikyo by name. He cites specific claims. He says the organization is dangerous. The interview is recorded, but not yet aired. A copy is sent, in error or in betrayal, to Aum's headquarters. November 4th, 1989. Tsutsumi Sakamoto is murdered in his apartment. His wife, Satoko, is murdered. Their 14-month-old son, Tatsuhiko, is murdered. Each of them is injected with potassium chloride, a drug used in lethal injections, which stops the heart in seconds, then strangled as a redundancy. Their bodies are buried in 3 different prefectures, hundreds of miles apart, so that they would never be found together. The bodies were not located until 1995. 6 years. For 6 years, the Sakamoto family was simply missing. The Yokohama police investigated, but the case went cold. Aum Shinrikyo was never seriously considered as a suspect, despite the fact that an Aum lapel pin was found in the Sakamoto apartment within days of the disappearance. The Japanese police, at this point in their history, were not equipped to consider a religious organization as a homicide suspect. They had no precedent for it. The defection threshold tells you everything about a cult. A religion lets you leave. A cult makes leaving cost you. Aum Shinrikyo's defection threshold was a 14-month-old child. 1990, Asahara and 24 Aum candidates run for the Japanese Diet under a new political party. They call it Shinrito, the Truth Party. The campaign is bizarre, even by the standards of fringe Japanese politics. Candidates wear papier-mâché elephant heads, a reference to Ganesha, at rallies. They march in formation. They sing. They lose in a humiliating landslide. Not a single seat. Not even a respectable showing. Asahara himself receives fewer votes than he had members in his organization, which is a result that requires interpretation. He concludes that the election was rigged, that the Japanese state has aligned against him, that the only path forward is acceleration. Asahara concludes that conventional politics is useless. He turns to weapons of mass destruction. Mount Fuji. The cult buys land at the base of the mountain, in a village called Kamikuishiki. They build a series of compounds. One of them, Satyan 7, is a chemical weapons laboratory. Inside it, the chemists of Shinrikyo, graduates of those elite universities, synthesize Sarin. They synthesize VX. They synthesize tabun, soman, hydrogen cyanide. They cultivate anthrax. They cultivate botulinum sotoxin. 17 known chemical and biological weapons attacks are attempted between 1993 and 1995. Most fail. The chemistry is correct. The dispersal is wrong. They could synthesize sarin. They had not yet solved how to use it. June 27th, 1994. The Matsumoto sarin attack. A refrigerator truck, modified to release sarin gas as a heated mist, drives slowly through a residential neighborhood in Matsumoto City, in Nagano Prefecture. The target is a dormitory housing 3 judges who are presiding over a real estate lawsuit against Aum. The cult expects to kill the judges in their sleep on the night before a ruling that was expected to go against Aum. The truck releases the gas. The wind carries it through the open windows of the surrounding apartments. 8 people die. 500 are injured. The judges survive. They were on different floors. The wind shifted. The chemistry held, but the geometry didn't. The dead are mostly civilians who had nothing to do with the lawsuit. People who had opened a window because the night was warm. It is the first major nerve agent attack on civilians since the First World War. Japanese police, astonishingly, do not solve the case. They focus on a local resident, an innocent man named Yoshiyuki Kono, whose wife is in the hospital with sarin poisoning, who had a backyard garden where he kept some pesticides as the prime suspect. They search his house. They leak his name to the press. The Japanese tabloids hound him for months. He is, in 1994, the most notorious accused poisoner in Japan, despite being entirely innocent. They never look seriously at Aum. That mistake costs them 9 months. It also, indirectly, costs the lives of 13 people on the Tokyo subway. March 20th, 1995. Tokyo. A Monday morning. The Tokyo Metro at rush hour is one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Hundreds of thousands of commuters pressed against each other, reading newspapers, listening to early Walkmans, heading to work in the government ministries, the bank towers, the corporate offices of central Tokyo. 5 Aum members, 5 board, 5 different trains on 3 lines of the Tokyo Metro. The trains are converging on Kasumigaseki Station. Kasumigaseki is the government district, ministries, police headquarters, the Diet Building. The same building Asahara had failed to enter through the ballot box 5 years earlier. Each man is carrying a plastic bag, actually a pair of plastic bags, double-bagged for safety, wrapped in newspaper to look ordinary. Inside the inner bag is liquid sarin, prepared at the Satian 7 lab the previous night. Each man has a sharpened umbrella tip. At a coordinated moment, before exiting the train, each man punctures the bag. The liquid spreads on the floor of the carriage. It begins to evaporate. The sarin disperses through the cars, through the stations, through the ventilation systems of central Tokyo. The 5 attackers walk away. They have getaway drivers waiting on the surface streets above. What happens next on the trains is difficult to describe without medical detail, and I will spare the listener most of it. Sarin attacks the nervous system. It causes the body to lose control of its own muscles, including the muscles that govern breathing. Commuters in the affected cars first noticed the smell, sweet, faintly chemical. Then they noticed they could not see properly. Their pupils contracted to pinpoints. They began to lose strength. They collapsed. Some choked. Some died on the platform. Some died in the ambulances. Some died at the hospitals over the following days. 13 people die. 6,252 are injured. Many will suffer permanent neurological damage. Some, decades later, are still in care. Some, every March 20th, attend memorial services with photographs of family members who were on those trains. The names of the 5 attackers, I think they should be on the record. Ikuo Hayashi, a cardiologist Toru Toyoda, a physics PhD. Tomomitsu Nimi, Kenichi Hirose, Yasuo Hayashi, a cardiologist, a physics PhD. 2 days later, 2,500 police officers raid 25 Ohm facilities across Japan. They wear hazmat suits. They carry caged canaries, the old mining technique, redeployed to detect nerve agent. They find chemical weapons production. They find evidence of the Sakamoto family murders. They find the truck used at Matsumoto. They find rooms full of follower prisoners, half-starved, who had been confined for months, some for deprogramming, some as punishment for attempted defection. They find a Russian-built helicopter. They find receipts, kept in elaborate filing systems, for purchases of laboratory glass, aluminum chloride, sodium fluoride, methylphosphonic dichloride. The shopping list of a clandestine chemical weapons program, kept in folders, stamped, dated, indexed. The raid is, in the history of Japanese law enforcement, unprecedented in scale. The country had not seen anything comparable since the immediate post-war period. Asahara is arrested on May 16, 1995. He is hidden in a tiny crawl space at Arms Kamikuishiki headquarters, behind a false wall, with 10 million yen in cash beside him. Roughly $100,000 at the contemporary exchange rate. He does not resist. The man who, weeks earlier, had positioned himself as the sole surviving prophet of an oncoming apocalypse, allowed himself to be removed from a sealed compartment by Japanese officers, blinking in the harsh light of a hallway. He did not give a speech. He did not invoke the doctrine. He did not levitate. He went into custody. His trial takes 8 years, 188 sessions. He is convicted in 2004 and sentenced to death. July 6th, 2018. Asahara, along with 6 senior AOM members, is executed by hanging. 6 more executions follow on July 26th of the same year. 13 executions in 3 weeks. Aum Shinrikyo was stripped of its religious organization status in 1995. It rebranded itself as Aleph in the year 2000. A founder loyalist named Fumihiro Joyu split off in 2007 to form a smaller group called Hikari no Wa, the Circle of Light. Through 2023, more than 860 people have joined the 3 successor organizations, born after the original cult was disbanded, knowing what their predecessors had done, and joining anyway. Japan's Public Security Examination Commission renews surveillance on the successor groups every 6 months. The most recent renewal was September of 2025. The Commission's reports note that members of the successor organizations meet, recruit, and study Asahara's recorded teachings. Some of those recordings are still circulated in encrypted form. The youngest known members of Aleph were born after their founder was already on death row. Think on that for a moment. There are people in their 20s today who joined Ohm's successor knowing what their predecessors had done, knowing the names of the dead, knowing about the Sakamoto child, joining anyway. The doctrine, packaged for a new generation, was apparently still preferable to whatever they had been offered elsewhere. Ohm's apocalypse came from the followers' chemistry sets. Our next cult's apocalypse came from a 51-day federal siege in Texas and the Oklahoma City bombing 2 years to the day later. That was the answer. "8 miles east of Waco, Texas, on a rise of dry brushland that the locals had once called Mount Carmel, there sat a compound. Wood frame, plywood walls, windows that did not all match. From the highway, It looked like the kind of building somebody had been adding to for 30 years without ever finishing. Because that, in fact, was what it was. The Branch Davidians had been there, in one form or another, since 1955. They were a splinter from a splinter. A Bulgarian Seventh-day Adventist named Victor Hutev had broken from the SDA Church back in 1929. And in 1955, after Hutev's death, his successor Benjamin Roden had formed what he called the Branch Davidians. After Benjamin's death in 1978, his widow, Lois Roden, took over. Lois was, by all accounts, a serious woman, devout, steady, the kind of religious leader who runs a small community for decades without ever quite being noticed by the outside world. In 1981, a 22-year-old high school dropout from Houston named Vernon Howell arrived at Mount Carmel to study under her. Lois was in her 60s. Vernon was barely an adult. He carried a guitar, a Bible, and a kind of quiet, watchful intensity that some of the older Davidians found, well, alarming. And some found magnetic. There was no consensus on Vernon Howell. There was, almost from the beginning, a divide. He had been a strange child, dyslexic, unable to read until he was older than most, bullied. He had memorized, by his late teens, enormous portions of the King James Bible, the cadences of which fit, you'll note, almost exactly the dyslexic mind's preference for the rhythmic and the repeated. He could quote chapter and verse from memory. He could quote also from prophets a great many people had forgotten existed: Habakkuk, Nahum, Zephaniah. He had failed, briefly, to make it as a rock musician in Hollywood in the late 1970s. He had returned to Texas with very little except a conviction that the Bible was a code and that he, somehow, was the one who could read it. Within a few years, Vernon had taken control. The story of how he took control involves a romance with Lois, despite the 40-year age gap, a power struggle with Lois's son, George Roden, who believed himself to be the rightful prophet, and a brief, almost grotesque armed standoff in 1987, in which Vernon and 7 armed followers entered Mount Carmel to retrieve, of all things, the corpse of an elderly Davidian woman that George had exhumed in an attempt to perform a resurrection. There was a gunfight. George was wounded. Vernon was charged with attempted murder and acquitted in a hung jury verdict the following year. He returned to Mount Carmel in triumph. By 1990, he had legally changed his name. Vernon Howell was now David Koresh. It was a deliberate name, carefully chosen, specifically theological. David, for King David, the warrior king of ancient Israel. Koresh, the Hebrew form of Cyrus, as in Cyrus the Great, the Persian king who in the Hebrew Bible is anointed by God to deliver Israel from Babylonian captivity. A king, a Messiah figure, a man who, the Bible suggests, can be chosen for divine purpose without himself being righteous. Cyrus, in the book of Isaiah, is called God's anointed, Meshiach, the Hebrew root from which we get the word Messiah. And Cyrus, in the book of Isaiah, was a pagan, a foreign king, a man who did not worship the God of Israel, and yet was, the prophet announces, chosen to do God's work. You will hear that name again, Cyrus. We will return to it. The choice of Koresh was not, you'll see, the only American religious appropriation of the Cyrus prophecy in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. It is a name that, for reasons we will eventually examine, attracts a particular kind of leader. That last part mattered. Koresh declared himself the Lamb, the figure in the book of Revelation who alone could open the seven seals. But, and this is where the doctrine turned, he was, he said, a sinful Messiah, a flawed Christ. A man whose particular calling required him to do things that ordinary holiness would forbid. He needed, he explained from the pulpit at Mount Carmel, to father 24 elders for the coming kingdom, 24 children, sired by him, from among the women of his flock. He called the doctrine the House of David. And, in practice, what the House of David meant was this. Every female member of the Branch Davidians, regardless of age, regardless of marital status, was now spiritually wed to David Koresh. The married men were not, in any earthly sense, husbands anymore. Their wives belonged, theologically, to Koresh. Multiple wives, plural wives, including. And this is the detail that the federal government would later find difficult to ignore. Girls aged 12 and girls aged 14. Koresh fathered at least 13 children with various women at Mount Carmel, possibly more. The male members of the community were required by his teaching to be celibate. He alone procreated. The arithmetic of the doctrine was, you'll note, almost mathematically self-serving, a cosmology in which only one man got to be a man. I want to be careful here not to make this story too neat. There were people inside Mount Carmel who believed Koresh. There were people inside Mount Carmel who did not. There were women who, by every account given by survivors, loved him completely. There were women who, by other accounts, were trapped by the doctrine, trapped by the theology, trapped by the fact that their children were Koresh's children, and there was nowhere on earth to go. There were children who knew nothing else, and who had been told, since infancy, that they were the children of the Lamb. None of those interior states excuse anything. All of those interior states existed simultaneously. It is one of the cruel features of cult dynamics that the harm and the love coexist in the same person, in the same room, in the same week. The people inside the compound were not, in the main, evil. They were inside a machine. The man at the center of the machine was a different question. This is the compound the federal government would, in February of 1993, go to with a search warrant. To understand why what happened next happened, you have to understand that the Davidians had been buying and selling guns at Texas gun shows for years. Some of it legal. Some of it the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms believed not. There were credible suspicions of automatic weapon conversions, possible grenade components. The Davidians were not just a religious community. They were a religious community that, by 1992, was sitting on a substantial cache of weapons and a charismatic leader who preached that the end of the world was coming soon, and that the federal government would be the one who tried to stop it. That is the Mount Carmel Center. That is the prophet. And that is the calendar. February of 1993 was, in retrospect, only ever going to end one way. February 28th, 1993. A Sunday morning. Cold. overcast. The ATF, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, has obtained a search warrant. Approximately 75 agents staged the raid in cattle trailers, intending to approach Mount Carmel under the cover of a National Guard helicopter overflight, breach the building, and execute the warrant before the Davidians can organize a response. The element of surprise is the entire plan. The element of surprise was lost before the trailers reached the compound. A local cameraman, there was, you see, a tip, had been tipped off by an undercover ATF agent who didn't realize he was talking to a journalist. By the time the trailers pulled up to Mount Carmel, Koresh had been warned by a postal worker who was a Davidian and a relative of one of the men inside. Koresh was, federal investigators would later determine, expecting them. There are competent ways to serve a federal warrant on a religious compound. There are incompetent ways. February 28th, 1993, was, by even the federal government's later admission, an incompetent way. The 1993 Treasury Department review described it in language that does not improve with rereading. Flawed planning, intelligence failures, and the loss of element of surprise. But by then, 4 agents and 6 Davidians were dead, and the 51-day siege had begun. The gunfight lasted 2 hours. By the time a ceasefire was negotiated, 4 ATF agents had been killed. Their names? Conway LeBleu, Todd McKeon, Robert Williams, Steve Willis. 16 ATF agents were wounded. 6 Branch Davidians had died. Koresh himself had been shot in the wrist and the side. The compound, with 80-some people inside, children among them, was now a barricade. The FBI took over command from the ATF that afternoon, and the country settled in to watch. The siege lasted 51 days. In the course of those 51 days, federal negotiators logged 117 separate phone conversations with David Koresh. 35 people exited the compound during the negotiations, including 21 children. The negotiators tried persuasion. They tried psychological pressure. They cut the power. They blasted music, Tibetan chants, Christmas carols, the sounds of rabbits being slaughtered at the compound through loudspeakers, through the night, for weeks. None of it produced the surrender they wanted. What was producing progress, quietly, slowly, was theology. The FBI, late in the siege, brought in 2 outside Bible scholars, Philip Arnold of Reunion Institute in Houston, James Tabor, then at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. Both men had spent careers studying apocalyptic literature, the genre of texts like the Book of Revelation and the Book of Daniel, that depict the end of the world in coded prophetic imagery. They were not theologians in the abstract. They were specialists by background in exactly the kind of biblical material Koresh believed he had been chosen to interpret. Arnold and Tabor were given access through the FBI's negotiation channel to engage Koresh on his own terms. They discussed the 7 seals. The 7 seals on the scroll, in Revelation chapter 5, that only the Lamb is worthy to open. They discussed the prophetic timetable Koresh believed he was operating within. They did not, you'll observe, attempt to argue him out of his theology. They engaged the theology. They suggested, gently, that the prophetic structure he believed in did not, in fact, require the deaths of his followers in this particular siege. There was, they argued, within his own framework, room to interpret the events differently. There was a path within his own scripture to surrender. And Koresh, in those last weeks, agreed to something. He agreed to write a manuscript on the Seven Seals. A document, a theological treatise, something he had, in fact, never produced in writing before. The manuscript was, he said, the gift God had asked of him. And he agreed, explicitly, on the phone, to the negotiators, to surrender, peacefully, with his followers, once he had finished it. Now, and this is the question that has haunted federal law enforcement for 30 years, should the FBI have waited longer? Koresh was producing the manuscript. The Bible scholars believed they were close to a peaceful exit. Some of the children had already been released. Patience might have ended the siege without further bloodshed. The argument from one side of the federal command was simple. Every day Koresh stayed in negotiations was a day no one was dying. Time was the asset. Time was working. The other side of the boardroom argued the opposite. Every day inside that compound was another day for children. Children Koresh was already abusing. Children he had already fathered. Children who slept in the same building as the man whose theology required, on his own terms, that he, and he alone, procreate with the available girls, to be exposed to him. Patience was not free. Patience was its own body count. Time was working for Koresh. Every day was a day in which more harm was, by Koresh's own doctrine, almost certainly being done. Both sides had logic. Both sides had names of children. The question was which children? The children Koresh might harm tomorrow if the FBI waited, or the children Koresh might harm tomorrow if the FBI moved. The federal command was split. About half the leadership wanted to give the manuscript more time. About half wanted to end the siege. The Attorney General, who had to break the tie, was Janet Reno. She had been confirmed less than a month earlier. Her first major operational decision in her first major office was a question about the lives of children inside a religious compound run by a man with, by federal estimates, 11,000 rounds of ammunition. She was briefed by the FBI hostage rescue team commander. She was told, and this is what the federal record shows she was told, that conditions inside the compound were deteriorating, that children were being abused, that a tactical resolution was required. She approved the assault. The briefing she received was, as later Congressional Review established, partial. She was not told fully about Arnold and Tabor's progress. She was not told fully about the manuscript. She was given the case for moving and a less complete case for waiting. She made the decision the briefing recommended. She would, for the rest of her life, defend that decision while admitting in interviews that she carried it. History only remembers who chose. April 19th, 1993. A Monday. The sky over Mount Carmel was clear, and the wind was up. At dawn, the FBI launched a tear gas assault. Combat engineering vehicles, modified M728 tanks, punched holes in the walls of the compound and injected CS gas into the building. The plan, as briefed, was to make the compound progressively uninhabitable until the Davidians simply walked out. Approximately 400 canisters of gas were used over the course of about 6 hours. By noon, fires had broken out. Simultaneously, the federal record states, in multiple locations inside the compound, there was a 30-mile-an-hour wind that day. The wood frame structure burned, in places, faster than anyone could escape it. The compound burned to the ground. Within 45 minutes, 76 Branch Davidians died. 25 of them were children. David Koresh was found in the building's communications room with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. The federal government maintained for years that pyrotechnic devices played no role in the fire. In 1999, 6 years later, a Department of Justice review confirmed that some of the FBI tear gas canisters used that morning had been pyrotechnic. They could ignite under the right conditions. A subsequent special counsel investigation led by former U.S. Senator John Danforth concluded that the federal government did not start the fires, but that it had withheld this information from the public for 6 years. The Danforth report did not satisfy everyone. It was never going to. April 19th, 1995. 2 years to the day after Mount Carmel burned. 9:02 in the morning, Oklahoma City. A rented Ryder truck parked outside the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. Inside the truck, approximately 5,000 pounds of ammonium nitrate fuel oil. The bomb detonated at 9:02 a.m. and sheared off the entire north face of the 9-story building. 168 people were killed. Among them, and this is the detail that should not be allowed to recede, 19 children in a daycare on the second floor. The bomber, Timothy McVeigh, named Waco as his motivating event. He had picked the date deliberately. He had wanted, he said, an anniversary. April 19th, 2 years. Waco was the failure that became the militia movement's founding mythology. Every modern American extremist movement that frames the federal government as fundamentally illegitimate traces some part of its emotional inheritance to that morning at Mount Carmel, including, eventually, the men and women who would walk into the United States Capitol on January 6th, 2021. The cost of a botched federal raid keeps being paid. The bill never closes. Waco's failure haunted American politics for 30 years. Our next story is a cult that ended, well, in legal terms, last week. Charismatic founder, branding, the wealth of one of America's great fortunes. And the New York Times, finally, listened. Albany, New York, 1998. Keith Raniere is 38 years old. He has, by his own account, an IQ in the 200s. He has been declared, by his own marketing, the smartest man in the world. He has, in his recent past, run a multi-level marketing operation called Consumers Byline that has been shut down by the attorneys general of more than 20 states as a pyramid scheme. He needs a new venture. He has an associate, a former nurse named Nancy Salzman, who has trained in a personal development discipline called Neuro-Linguistic Programming. NLP, in 1998, was a popular movement in American self-help. It offered, in essence, a series of conversational and hypnotic techniques for inducing altered states in clients and, the practitioners claimed, restructuring patterns of belief. Salzman was trained. Salzman was good. Salzman, on the testimony of multiple former participants, could induce trance states in NXIVM students within minutes of meeting them. Together, Raniere and Salzman found something they call executive success programs. The branding is corporate. The vocabulary is corporate. The deliverable is, in their initial pitch, professional advancement. Within a few years, the brand evolves. The new name, pronounced NXIVM, like the heartburn medication, is NXIVM, The trademark application would, eventually, become a small comedy of its own. AstraZeneca, the pharmaceutical company, owned the brand Nexium for the proton pump inhibitor. Raniere's organization had to be careful in promotional copy, never to spell its name the same way. Hence the all-caps spelling, NXIVM. The pronunciation is the same. The trademark is, as far as the trademark lawyers are concerned, different. NXIVM markets itself as a personal development and ethics curriculum. The flagship 5-day intensive costs $2,160. Repeat clients ascend a hierarchy of stripes, colored sashes from yellow to gold, that members earn by recruiting new clients and completing additional courses. The progression is, in form, identical to the progression in a traditional martial arts school. White sash, yellow, orange, green, blue, purple, brown, gold. Each step requires the participant to recruit a fixed number of new students into the program, to take additional courses, and, at the higher levels, to make significant financial investments back into the organization. There is a vocabulary, terms that appear in no English dictionary but appear repeatedly in Nexium internal documents. There are rituals, the handshake, a specific grip taught in the first intensive, the bow to the photograph of Raniere before each class, the greeting, the phrase "Thank you, Vanguard," delivered to the framed image at the front of the room. There is a uniform, sashes, lab coats, worn during sessions to signal rank. Raniere himself is referred to, internally, by the title Vanguard. Saltzman is prefect. Higher-level participants sign lifetime non-disclosure agreements that, by the standards of any reasonable contract attorney, are unenforceable on their face. They have, however, the chilling effect they were designed to have. Members do not, on the whole, talk to outsiders. Outsiders do not, on the whole, learn what is happening inside. The Raniere lore expands accordingly, the IQ in the 200s. The claim repeated in promotional materials, repeated in lectures, that he is the smartest man alive. The claim also repeated that he is a martial arts master. Raniere would later admit in federal court that he had no such mastery. His judo credentials were, let us call it, self-conferred. The claim that he had been a child prodigy, the claim that he could solve a Rubik's Cube in seconds. He surrounds himself in the Albany years with women, many of them, eventually, with multiple women. A small inner circle of female partners, all of whom, in his telling, had requested the relationship. He maintained, simultaneously, what the federal indictment would later call a harem. Relationships with rotating combinations of women in which exclusivity was forbidden. Jealousy was treated as a personal pathology requiring therapy. And weight monitoring was, by Raniere's preference, daily. He liked his partners thin. The women in his orbit were placed on caloric restriction, 500 calories per day, in some testimony, and were weighed by him personally, regularly, to maintain the bodies he found acceptable. The cult had, at its peak, approximately 700 active members, with centers in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Mexico, in particular, became a substantial Nexium territory. Raniere and his lieutenants ran intensives in Monterrey and Guadalajara that pulled in members of prominent Mexican business and political families. Sarah Bronfman, in fact, would meet her future husband, a man of those circles, through NXIVM's Mexican operation. The reach of the organization was, by 2010, genuinely international. NXIVM was not a fringe operation. NXIVM had a foundation. Claire Bronfman, Sarah Bronfman, daughters of Edgar Bronfman Sr., the late chairman and CEO of the Seagram Company, the man who had also served as the longtime president of the World Jewish Congress, heiresses between them to one of the great American family fortunes. Their father had built, inherited and expanded the global liquor distillery empire that included Seagrams, Crown Royal, Chivas Regal, Captain Morgan, and at one point, a controlling interest in DuPont. Their combined inheritance? Well, the figures vary, but most reporting puts it in the hundreds of millions of dollars per sister. They were, by upbringing, accustomed to private jets, to philanthropy, to the kinds of social orbits in which a personal development course would not have been, on the face of it, an unusual investment. The Bronfman sisters became deeply involved with NXIVM in the early 2000s. Sarah was recruited first. She had been, at that point, a young woman in her 20s, searching, by her own later testimony, for purpose. She had attended a 5-day intensive in 2002. She had, by her own description, fallen in love with NXIVM. She brought in her older sister, Claire. Claire, in particular, by temperament. More reserved, more disciplined, more inclined to invest emotional weight in structure, became a true believer. She had been, before NXIVM, an aspiring professional equestrian. She gave it up. She moved, more or less full-time, to Albany. She began, and this is what the federal prosecutors would later characterize as the operational pivot, to use her wealth to insulate the organization from legal threat. By the late 2010s, federal investigators would document that the two sisters had poured an estimated $150 million of their inheritance, Claire's share of it disproportionately so, into NXIVM, into related litigation, and into Keith Raniere's personal lifestyle. They had funded private investigators to surveil critics, ex-members, and journalists. They had funded lawsuits, sometimes a dozen at a time, against people who had spoken publicly. They had, on Raniere's specific instruction, lobbied federal prosecutors in multiple states to bring charges against critics of the organization. Now, this is what a cult looks like when it has a foundation, when it has lawyers, when it can hire investigators to harass critics, when it can fund federal court actions against journalists who write unflattering stories, when the cost of leaving the group includes, for some members, the loss of your family's inheritance. NXIVM was not a fringe operation. NXIVM was, for nearly 2 decades, a fortune in the service of one man's appetites. The Bronfmans believed, sincerely, that they were funding a movement to improve the ethics of humanity. What they were funding, on the federal record, was a private kingdom whose only consistent product was the sexual access of its founder. The fortune, however, was the financing. It was not the doctrine. The doctrine was, by 2015, mutating into something darker. In 2015, Raniere creates a secret subgroup. He calls it DOS. Letters that he tells the women stand for the Latin phrase Dominus Obsequious Sororium, Lord of the Obedient Female Companions. The Latin is, scholars would later note, ungrammatical. Sororium is the wrong genitive plural. Raniere's Latin was, like his judo, self-conferred. The phrase, properly Latinized, would have been something else entirely. The detail is, in itself, a small dark joke. The branding doctrine of the group claimed the authority of antiquity. The Latin couldn't pass first-year college Latin. DOS is structured as a pyramid. Women are arranged in tiers as slaves under masters. Each woman has a master above her and, eventually, slaves below her. The vocabulary of slave and master is, Raniere insists in introductory sessions, metaphorical, a discipline structure, a commitment ritual, an exercise in trust. The women are told it is empowering. They are told it is feminist. They are told that traditional commitment structures, marriage, monogamy, have failed women, and that DOS represents a more honest, more demanding alternative. At the apex of the pyramid, sole, alone, unrevealed to lower tiers, is Keith Raniere. The lower-tier women are not initially told that there is a man at the top. They are told that the top of the pyramid is a woman. To join DOS, women must provide what Raniere calls collateral. Material the group can release if they ever defect. Material designed to make leaving unthinkable. Nude photographs of the woman herself. Photographs taken in the moment of recruitment, posed as the master directed, often in degrading positions. Signed false confessions to crimes she had not committed, typically in the early DOS protocols, false confessions of having abused children or having harbored fugitives, the kind of accusation that would, if released, end the woman's career and her family relationships in a single afternoon. Recordings of her making damaging accusations against members of her own family, accusations of child abuse, accusations of fraud, accusations she would never actually make in the world but could, on command, be released. Property deeds. The keys to her house. Letters, again signed, addressed to her own children, accusing the children of crimes they did not commit. Letters addressed to her parents. Letters addressed to her employer. Each piece of collateral was filed away. Each piece was, the women understood, the price of admission. And once filed, the collateral did not stop. Each woman was required, periodically, to provide additional collateral, fresh material, on a schedule, to maintain her position in DOS. Quitting was not an option. Even attempting to leave triggered the release. The collateral was the wall. This is the most complete version of the defection threshold in American cult history. Other cults made leaving expensive. NXIVM made leaving radioactive. The collateral was the wall, and the wall was made of the woman's own life. The DOS hierarchy expanded through 2016 and into 2017 to perhaps 50 or 60 active slaves at any given time, organized under perhaps 8 first-line masters, Mack, Edmondson, and several other long-time senior NXIVM figures. The recruits did not, until they were initiated, know what DOS was. They had heard only that there was an exclusive women's group within NXIVM. They had to provide collateral simply to learn what the group was. Once they had provided the collateral, they were trapped in the knowledge. There was no information out, only information further in. Then, in early 2017, the doctrine took its final step. The branding, a cauterizing pen, the kind dermatologists use to remove skin lesions, applied to the lower abdomen of each DOS recruit. The design was a 4-symbol arrangement that, the women were told, represented the elements. They were told the design was ancient. They were told it was a mark of strength. What they were not told, until later, was that the 4 symbols had been arranged deliberately to spell 2 sets of initials, K, R, and AM, for Keith Raniere, and for Alison Mack, the actress, then best known from the television series Smallville, who by 2017 was Raniere's most senior recruiter inside DOS. The women had been branded on their own bodies with the founder's initials. They had not been told. The procedure was performed by Dr. Danielle Roberts, a physician, an osteopath. The recruits were held down, naked, on a table by other DOS members during the branding. It took approximately 30 minutes. There was no anesthetic. The women had been instructed not to scream. Many of them did anyway. Sarah Edmondson, a Canadian DOS member who had grown skeptical, who had been lied to about the meaning of the symbol, who had begun to compare notes with other women, went on the record. New York Times, October 17th, 2017. Reporter Barry Meyer. The headline, Inside a Secretive Group Where Women Are Branded. It ran with photographs of the brand. The image was, on first viewing, almost incomprehensible. A pinkish, raised 4-inch scar in a geometric pattern on the lower abdomen of a woman who had, by every external measure, an entirely normal life, a husband, a child, a career as an actress. The caption identified the symbols. The article walked the reader through the meaning. K, R, and AM. The reader, by paragraph 6, understood what NXIVM was. The piece broke the spell. NXIVM collapsed within months. Raniere fled to Mexico. He was arrested March 26, 2018, in Puerto Vallarta with the assistance of Mexican federal police. He was extradited to the Eastern District of New York. His trial was a federal racketeering trial. The Eastern District of New York, the office that had brought down the Gambino crime family in the 1980s, applied the same statute, the Racketeer, Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, to NXIVM. The theory was structural. NXIVM was, in legal terms, an enterprise. The enterprise had, the indictment alleged, engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity, sex trafficking, forced labor, identity theft, extortion, money laundering, wire fraud. The trial lasted 6 weeks. The jury heard testimony from former DOS slaves. The jury saw the photographs of the brand. The jury heard recordings of Raniere instructing women on how to recruit. June 19th, 2019. Raniere was convicted on all 7 counts. Racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, including of a 15-year-old girl whom he had photographed nude and confined to a room for nearly 2 years. Forced labor. Wire fraud conspiracy. The verdict on every count was unanimous. October 27th, 2020. Sentenced to 120 years in federal prison plus a $1.75 million fine. Claire Bronfman, 81 months in federal prison. Alison Mack, who pled guilty and cooperated, 3 years. Nancy Salzman, the prefect, 42 months. The cult, the brand, the 700 members, the foundation, the smartest man in the world, ended in a federal courtroom in Brooklyn. Note, here, the structural difference between NXIVM's ending and almost every cult ending we have seen this evening. Heaven's Gate ended in mass suicide. Jonestown ended in mass suicide. Ended after a sarin gas attack on civilians. The Solar Temple ended in fire. Branch Davidians ended in fire. Most cults end the way the leader ends. catastrophically, with the maximum body count the leader is willing to author. NXIVM ended in a federal courtroom because the leader was a coward. Keith Raniere fled to Mexico the moment the New York Times article published. He hid in a beach house with a handful of remaining followers. He was photographed by the Mexican Federal Police peering through the bathroom door of the villa where they found him. He had built a fortress of collateral. He had built a doctrine of strength. He had branded the women under his command. And when the law arrived, he ran. The man who could not solve a Rubik's Cube without prepping it in advance also could not, when the time came, face the consequences of what he had built. There is in cult psychology a distinction worth observing. The leaders who genuinely believe they are gods tend to die with their followers. The leaders who know, on some level, that they are running a confidence operation, those leaders run. NXIVM had branding irons and Bronfman billions. Our final story has 93 Rolls-Royces and the largest bioterrorism attack ever conducted on American soil, from Albany, New York, to Antelope, Oregon. From a self-help guru to an Indian sannyasin who tried to win an American county election by poisoning the salad bars at 10 different restaurants, and then, when that failed, by busing in 4,000 homeless people from cities across the western United States. The story is so improbable that, until the Netflix documentary aired in 2018, the average American had not heard it. We will, this evening, finally tell it. (1981) Wasco County, Oregon, the high desert east of the Cascades. Land that had been a working cattle ranch since the 1880s. The Big Muddy Ranch, 64,000 acres of sage and rimrock, juniper and basalt outcrop. The kind of country in which a coyote can be heard from 2 miles away on a still night. And water is, by any agricultural standard, rare. Has just been purchased for approximately $5.75 million. The seller had been an absentee rancher who had long since stopped trying to make the land profitable. The buyer was, by Wasco County's reckoning, a stranger. The buyer is a religious commune, Indian in origin, American in destination. Their leader is a man named Chandra Mohan Jain, born in central India, in the village of Kuchwada, in the state of Madhya Pradesh, in 1931. By 1981, he is 50 years old. He is known to followers, by then, as Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh. Bhagwan, the Blessed One. Later, in his final rebrand, he would simply call himself Osho. The doctrine he taught was, he said, beyond doctrine. The institution he built was, he said, beyond institutions. The community he founded in Eastern Oregon was, in many respects, a city, though the legal status of that city would, before the decade was out, become a matter of federal concern. Bhagwan had not, in 1981, set out to build an American city. He had been operating, since the early 1970s, an ashram in Pune, India, a property in the suburbs of the former colonial capital of Maharashtra, where he had attracted, over the course of a decade, a remarkable cross-section of Western seekers, American hippies, European intellectuals, Israeli kibbutzniks, British therapists trained in Isalin-style encounter groups. By the late 1970s, the Pune ashram had become a kind of permanent festival of Western counterculture. Drum circles, Sufi dance, primal scream therapy, tantric sex workshops, the whole brochure of post-1960s self-realization. organized under the spiritual authority of an Indian guru in white robes and a long beard and a pair of memorable eyes. He had a manner. He had a smile. He had, by every report, a charisma that did not survive translation to print, but that in person was, for the people who experienced it, overwhelming. The conversion rate at Pune was, by any institutional measure, exceptional. By 1980, however, Pune was no longer functional. The Indian government had begun to scrutinize the ashram's tax status. Bhagwan himself had been arrested briefly. There were political pressures, religious pressures, allegations of drug trafficking, allegations of irregularities in the import of medical supplies. The Bhagwan, on the recommendation of his closest aide, a woman named Ma Anand-Sheela, relocated. The destination was the United States. The cover story was briefly medical treatment. The real plan was a new ashram. The new ashram, when Sheela found it, was 64,000 acres of Central Oregon high desert. The teaching was a syncretic blend. He called it Zorba the Buddha, Eastern mysticism, Tantra, Sufism, fragments of Zen, combined with sexual liberation, the rejection of monogamy, the rejection of all traditional religions, the rejection, really, of the entire Western settlement of the post-Reformation world. The followers, known as sannyasins, the Sanskrit term for a renunciate, wore red, orange, or maroon clothing. They wore a mala, a beaded necklace with 108 beads, terminating in a locket bearing Bhagwan's photograph. The signature practice was something Bhagwan had developed in the early 1970s in Pune, India. He called it dynamic meditation. It had 5 stages, 10 minutes of chaotic breathing, fast, shallow, without rhythm, 10 minutes of catharsis, shouting, screaming, crying, hitting cushions, whatever the body produced if you let it, 10 minutes of jumping in place with the arms raised, chanting the Sufi syllable Hu, 4 minutes of complete stillness, frozen in whatever position you found yourself in, 15 minutes of dancing. It is, you'll note, a very specific neurochemical sequence. Hyperventilation, adrenaline, bilateral motor activation, immobilization, release. The followers reported, almost universally, transcendent experience. The neuroscientists who later studied it reported, almost universally, hyperventilation-induced alkalosis, a metabolic state in which the blood becomes alkaline from the loss of carbon dioxide, producing tingling in the extremities, lightheadedness, the sensation of being outside the body, and, in susceptible individuals, frank dissociation. Both descriptions are perhaps true. The mystical and the physiological are not, on the modern brain's understanding, particularly different. They are the same event, described in different languages. The dynamic meditation was, also, the recruitment mechanism. People did not, on first exposure, become Rajneeshis because the doctrine convinced them. They became Rajneeshis because they did the meditation in a room of 200 other people for an hour and walked out feeling, as one ex-sannyasin would later put it, as though my brain had been rinsed. The doctrine followed the experience. The experience came first. Then there were the Rolls-Royces. Bhagwan, over his time at Rajneeshpuram, accumulated 93 of them. He drove a different one each day on a slow procession through the commune, while followers lined the road in red robes and threw flowers. Some sources say 93, some say 94. Now, this is the part that became the photograph. The Indian guru in flowing robes, riding past his followers in a different Rolls-Royce each day. Some sources say 93, some say 94. The exact number, I will tell you, is not the interesting question. The interesting question is what an Enlightenment teaching costs in 1980s dollars when its central object is a fleet of Rolls-Royces, and the financing model is the voluntary total surrender of follower assets. That is the math problem here. The Rolls-Royce is just the answer. The followers had, in the early 1980s, transferred to the commune approximately $100 million in cash, real estate, and labor. The commune used that money, along with the labor of its members, many of whom were college-educated professionals working unpaid 16-hour days, to transform the Big Muddy Ranch into a functioning city. Airport, dam, reservoirs, restaurants, a post office, a fire department, hotels, a medical clinic, a boutique, a discotheque. The whole American small-town apparatus, built by Indian mystic-affiliated former lawyers from San Francisco in the high desert of Oregon in less than 3 years. By 1984, the commune had, in fact, incorporated itself as a city. Rajneeshpuram. Population by the 1984 Federal Census of Communal Organizations. Approximately 7,000. The Rajneesh Peace Force, the commune's internal police, became the largest single-armed police force in the state of Oregon at that time. They had Uzis. They had AR-15 variants. They had armored vehicles. They drilled daily in the long valley behind the main settlement. The cult had transformed itself, you'll observe, into something that resembled a small principality, with its own population, its own taxes, its own armed force, and its own theological ruler. There was, simultaneously, the legal problem. Oregon's land use laws, among the strictest in the United States, had been designed in the 1970s to prevent precisely this kind of development. 64,000 acres of agricultural and grazing land could not, under Oregon law, be developed into a city. Wasco County rejected the commune's land use applications. The commune sued. The state of Oregon countersued. Lawyers on both sides billed thousands of hours. The litigation cost the commune millions. The litigation, on the commune side, was funded by a continuous flow of new sannyasins arriving from Europe, Australia, and India, transferring all of their personal assets to the organization on the way through customs. The trouble, naturally, was the neighbors. Antelope, Oregon, was a tiny town about 20 miles from the commune, population roughly 40, average age above 65. A high desert retirement village of ranchers, retired schoolteachers, and Forest Service widows. In 1982, the Rajneeshis, facing land use opposition from Wasco County, purchased property in Antelope itself, registered to vote, won the city council, and renamed the town. Antelope, Oregon, was now Rajneesh, Oregon. The few elderly original residents were now living, legally, in a town named for an Indian guru most of them had not heard of 2 years earlier. The strategy was scaling. The next target was Wasco County itself. September 1984. The Wasco County Commissioner elections are approaching in November. The Rajneeshis have a problem. They are concentrated in their own incorporated city. But the county at large, ranchers, farmers, retirees, the people of the Dalles, the people of Mopin, vastly outnumbers them. They will be outvoted. The leader on the ground, Bhagwan's secretary, an Indian woman in her 30s named Manan Sheila, has a solution. She calls it the Share a Home program. Approximately 4,000 homeless people are bussed into Rajneeshpuram from cities across the United States. Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, Denver, Los Angeles, Chicago. They arrive in chartered buses. They are given food, shelter, medical care, and beer. The hope, in Sheila's mind, is that they will register to vote in Waco County before November and tip the commissioner election to the Rajneesh slate. The power psychology question is here. The question here is not whether the followers were stupid. They were not. Many of them were highly educated. Lawyers, doctors, architects, computer scientists. The Poon Ashram and the Rajneeshpuram commune attracted a population that was, on average, more educated and more affluent than the surrounding American median. The question is what they were missing in their lives that 93 Rolls-Royces and an Indian guru in Eastern Oregon could provide. What was the gap? What had failed in the world such that a 64,000-acre ranch in the high desert seemed like a more reasonable home than wherever they had been? Cults answer questions other institutions stop trying to answer. That is, at minimum, a diagnosis of the institutions. The followers were not running to Bhagwan. They were running from something, from the suburb that had stopped meaning anything, from the marriage that had become a domestic services contract, from the career that had stopped being a vocation and become a wage, from the church that had, by the 1970s, in their estimation, lost the thread. They were looking, in Bhagwan, for what they could not find at home. The tragedy is not that they were credulous. The tragedy is that home had stopped offering it. A society that produces this many seekers has, at some level, failed to offer them anything to seek. The Share a Home program failed. The Waco County clerk required the new arrivals to sit for residency interviews before registering, and a great many of them, many of whom had not, in fact, intended to permanently relocate to Oregon, failed the interviews. The voter rolls did not move. The November election, by Sheila's projection, was lost. Sheila's response was to escalate. September and October of 1984. Inside the commune's secret laboratory, a small medical building at Rajneeshpuram, staffed by trained personnel, Sheila's inner circle cultured the bacterium Salmonella enterica, serotype Typhimurium. Salmonella, the same bacterium that causes ordinary food poisoning, cultured in volume. They contaminated the salad bars at 10 restaurants in the Dalles, Oregon, the Waco County seat. 751 people fell ill. 45 were hospitalized. No one died. The dosage, federal investigators would later determine, had been wrong. Too low to kill anyone, but high enough to incapacitate. This was the first and largest bioterrorism attack ever recorded on United States soil. It is documented in the CDC's Emerging Infectious Diseases Journal, a peer-reviewed article that, for years after publication, served as one of the only reliable sources for the public to confirm the story had actually happened. It was a test run, a smaller-scale rehearsal, before the broader plan to poison the county vote on Election Day in November. The intent, as Sheila would later admit in court, was to incapacitate enough Waco County voters that the Rajneeshis, whose own population was committed to the slate, could win the commissioner election by simple subtraction. The plan also included contaminating the water supply of the Dalles. It included, by some accounts, the consideration of a more lethal pathogen if the salmonella proved insufficient to deter voter turnout. The local health department, investigating the food poisoning outbreak, did not initially suspect deliberate contamination. The pattern was unusual. The geographic clustering, was unusual, but Salmonella was, in 1984, the kind of bacterium that turned up in restaurant salad bars from time to time. The investigators were not looking for terrorism. They were looking for poor food handling. The truth would not surface until Sheila herself, after fleeing the country, was extradited and confronted with the laboratory records. It was not the only plot. Sheila's inner circle also planned that summer to assassinate the U.S. Attorney for Oregon, Charles Turner. They planned to assassinate the Oregon Attorney General, Dave Frohnmeyer. One assassination team conducted surveillance on Turner, followed him, mapped his daily routine, identified the points at which he could be approached without witnesses. Neither assassination was, in the end, executed. The team, on at least one occasion, lost their nerve. On another, the target's schedule changed. The plots collapsed of their own logistics, not of any moral revision. Sheila's inner circle had been prepared, in the autumn of 1984, to murder the principal federal and state law enforcement officers responsible for investigating their commune. They had simply, on the operational ground, failed to follow through. This is, you'll observe, not a fringe detail. This is what a religious commune in the United States in the 1980s was prepared to do to win a county election. September 14th, 1985. Sheila and her inner circle, sensing federal investigators closing, fled the commune to West Germany. Bhagwan, who had been observing a public vow of silence for several years, broke his silence and accused Sheila publicly. He claimed he had not known. He claimed he had been deceived. He claimed Sheila had run the commune as her private fiefdom while he meditated. October 27th, 1985. Bhagwan himself was arrested. Charlotte, North Carolina. Boarding a Learjet, bound, federal investigators believed, for Bermuda. He pled guilty to 2 counts of immigration fraud, an Alford plea, which is to say, a plea in which the defendant admits the prosecution has the evidence without admitting the act. He received a 10-year suspended sentence, a $400,000 fine, and deportation. He returned to India and died there in 1990. Sheila, arrested in West Germany, was extradited. She pled no contest to attempted murder of Bhagwan's personal physician, Swami Dederich, to electronic eavesdropping, to immigration fraud, and to the Salmonella attack. 20 years. She served 29 months. She was paroled. Today, Ma'anan Sheila lives in Switzerland and runs nursing homes for the elderly. Bhagwan, rebranded Osho, is now a global spiritual industry. His books sell in the millions. His face, the Indian guru, the long beard, the eyes, appears on calendars, on greeting cards, on the wellness shelves of bookstores, in 20 languages. The Pune, India ashram thrives and is, by some accounts, more prosperous than at any point in his lifetime. It is today a meditation resort with international booking, white uniformed staff, and a price list. The 2018 Netflix documentary, Wild Wild Country, by the Duplass brothers, brought the entire story back into mainstream American consciousness, most of whom had never heard it. The documentary won an Emmy. It was, in the year of its release, the most discussed cult documentary in American media. And yet, the disturbing observation that emerged from the documentary's reception was that many viewers came away charmed by the early Rajneeshpuram, sympathetic to the founders, willing to forgive, at least partially, what came next. The brand, you'll note, survives even this. There is no cultural inoculation against charisma. The footage of Bhagwan, smiling in his Rolls-Royce, driving past a road of red-robed devotees throwing flowers, remains genuinely beautiful. And that, in itself, is a finding. The cult researcher will tell you that no atrocity, however well documented, fully cancels the spell. The spell is what the spell is for. 11 cults, 11 different costumes, 11 different doctrines, 11 different decades, continents, contexts, and one uncomfortably consistent pattern. Now we return finally to the question this episode opened with. We have this evening spent some hours together, and in those hours we have observed 11 groups. Heaven's Gate, Jonestown, the Manson family, Aum Shinrikyo, the Order of the Solar Temple, the Children of God, Scientology, Synanon, Branch Davidians, NXIVM, Rajneeshpuram, 11 separate groups in 11 separate decades with 11 separate languages of self-description, and underneath them, running beneath all 11, like the same vein of ore in 11 different mines, has been a pattern, a small set of mechanisms. Charismatic leadership, a doctrine that elevates the leader above ordinary moral law. A controlled information environment, a loyalty hierarchy in which the cost of leaving exceeds the cost of staying, a defection threshold, an us versus them frame, the thought-terminating cliché. The pattern is not hidden. It is, in fact, the whole point of the academic literature on cults. The diagnostic instrument is not opinion. Stephen Hassan's BITE model: behavior, information, thought, emotion control. Robert Lifton's 8 criteria of thought reform: milieu control, mystical manipulation, the demand for purity, the cult of confession, the sacred science, the loading of the language, doctrine over person, the dispensing of existence. Margaret Singer's 7 conditions. Janja Lalich's 4 traits. These are frameworks. These are methodologies. They were not invented to apply to political movements. They were refined over 6 decades by the people who study, deprogram, and treat the survivors of cults. Robert Lifton built his framework studying the prisoners returning from Chinese re-education camps after the Korean War. Margaret Singer worked for decades with Patty Hearst, with the survivors of Synanon, with thousands of clinical cases. Stephen Hassan built the BITE model as a former member of the Unification Church, the Moonies, who became a deprogrammer who walked the path back out himself. The instruments work. They work on Jim Jones. They work on Shoko Asahara. They work on Keith Raniere. They work on David Koresh. The question, the only question that remains for tonight, is whether they work on a movement that operates on the scale of national politics. Stephen Hassan, in his 2019 book, The Cult of Trump, updated and reissued in 2024, wrote, in a sentence that, at the time of its publication, was not quite as commonplace as it now is. The Republican Party is almost like a religious cult surrounding an organized crime family. Janja Lalich, the Berkeley sociologist of cults, by then at the University of California, Chico, said publicly, on the record, "I think there are plenty of similarities, enough to be concerned about." Robert J. Lifton, Harvard psychiatrist, author of the founding text of the field, the man who coined the term thought-terminating cliché, wrote a foreword to the 2017 volume The Dangerous Case of Donald Trump. He called the question, there, a duty to warn. These are not pundits. These are the founders of the field. So let us, briefly, run the instrument. The BITE model. Behavior control. The loyalty rituals. The MAGA hats. The chants. Lock her up. Build the wall. Fight, fight, fight. the rallies. Now you may say, a rally is just a rally. The cult researcher will say a rally is also a ceremony, a rhythm of leader and follower, call and response that, if you have observed it across 11 cults this evening, you have seen before. The shunning of rhinos, Republicans in name only, who deviate. The expulsion of the apostate. Behavior control is a category that lights up. Information control, the demonization of mainstream media as the enemy of the people. The construction of an alternative information ecosystem. Truth Social, Newsmax, OAN, Rumble. The conspiracy framework of the deep state, which is not so much an argument as it is, on the cult researcher's reading, an information firewall. Every contradicting fact can be absorbed by the framework as further evidence of the framework. There is no information from outside the system that cannot be reclassified by the system as confirmation of the system. That is the operational definition of a closed information environment. Thought control, the thought-terminating cliches that Lifton himself defined the term. Stop the steal, drain the swamp, fake news, witch hunt, deep state, America first, each of them performing the same function, to halt, in a single phrase, the analytical operation that might otherwise produce a contradicting conclusion. Lifton, as I said, coined the term. He is alive. He has been asked. His answer is documented. Emotion control, the phobias of immigrants, of the radical left, of stolen elections, of the globalist cabal, of the deep state pedophile network, the defensive emotional structure that justifies, in advance, any action taken to prevent these phobic outcomes from materializing. A movement organized around fear is not, in itself, a cult. A movement organized around fear, that the fear can only be relieved through obedience to a single charismatic leader, that lights up. Each category lights up. Each criterion of Lifton's 8 returns the same signal. There is, additionally, a piece that does not appear in most political movements, and that the cult researcher will, in fact, find diagnostically arresting. The Cyrus prophecy from the New Apostolic Reformation, the modern Pentecostal charismatic movement that framed Donald Trump, in explicit theological terms, as the fulfillment of Isaiah 45, in which God anoints the Persian king, Cyrus, a non-believer, to deliver Israel. Cyrus again, the same name David Koresh chose for himself in 1990. The QAnon storm prophecy, which made Trump a literal messianic figure, the man who, when the storm came, would unmask and arrest the cabal. January 6, 2021, which Scientific American described in its sociological account as networked incitement by a charismatic religious political hybrid leader. The instrument, as the field defines it, is producing signal. But, and this is where the analyst, if she is honest, must slow down. The experts who study cults are not unanimous. Bethany Burham at Harvard, the cognitive scientist whose work the cult research community frequently cites, has said, on the record, "I tend to think of cultiness on a spectrum." She offers 2 specific benchmarks for what makes a true cult in her usage. The first is rapid belief shift, followers believing things they would not have believed 2 years earlier. The second is members acting strikingly against their own and their family's interests. Her verdict on MAGA, applying her own benchmarks. Borderline. The American Enterprise Institute's voter segmentation research finds that only 29% of Trump voters are what they call MAGA hardliners. The remainder are transactional, ideological, party loyal, or simply anti-democrat. They are not, in the majority, cultists. They are a coalition. The religious studies scholars, Religion Dispatches, the academic journal, have warned sharply that cult is a contested, often pejorative term. Historically, the term has been used to marginalize minority religions. Mormons in the 19th century, evangelicals in the 18th, the Moonies in the 20th. To call a movement a cult is, in a real sense, to refuse to take its members seriously as moral agents. It risks dehumanizing the followers. It risks short-circuiting the harder analysis. Why are people drawn to authoritarian populism? What grievances have legitimate institutions failed to address? The London School of Economics blog has noted plainly that the term has been consistently shown as not fit for purpose. These are serious objections. They are not, you'll observe, denials of the dynamics. They are challenges to the label. My read on the question? The instrument doesn't lie. Every framework that cult researchers use to evaluate Heaven's Gate and Shinrikyo and NXIVM returns signal when applied to MAGA. The bite model lights up. Lifton's 8 criteria light up. The thought-terminating cliches are present. The defection threshold is present. The charismatic leader, the closed information environment, the apocalyptic framing, the messianic typology, the loyalty rituals, all present. The disagreement among the experts is not whether the dynamics are present. The disagreement is whether the word cult is the most useful or honest label for a charismatic political religious movement of this scale. A movement that is too large to be a commune, too embedded to be a fringe, too durable to be a cycle, too institutional to be a sect. Whether you call it a cult is, at this point, a question of language. It is not a question of evidence. The dynamics are observable. The dynamics are documented. The dynamics are scaled at the national level rather than the commune level. What you do with that signal, that is still yours. One last instrument. The audience can apply it to themselves. The most loyal community you belong to, your church, your political tribe, your workplace, your family, even. The group whose approval you most fear losing. Run the test. Run all 8 criteria. Run the BITE categories. All 4. Run them honestly. I will not tell you what you will find. I do not know you. I do not know what you will see. But I will tell you this. Of every story we have covered tonight, Jonestown, the Manson family, Heaven's Gate, the Solar Temple, the Children of God, Scientology, Synanon, Waco, NXIVM, Rajneeshpuram. I think Heaven's Gate understood the pattern most clearly. They named what they were doing. They wore the costume. They put on the Nikes. They told you, in the videos, what they thought was happening. They did not pretend it was something else. The dangerous cult is not the one that calls itself a cult. The dangerous cult is the one that has a different name. Since you made it this far, I'm glad you enjoyed the episode. If you would like to continue listening to episodes with similar themes, I linked them in the description below. You will also find a playlist of our most popular videos. Sleep Now, Midnight Magnates, and wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done. But yours continues.